Chapter 632. In the dark and desolate starry sky, Empyrean myriad demon's massive body seemed to be the only thing left. He looked down at Tao Lord Nine Firmaments in the distance with a ferocious aura. Tao Lord Nine Firmaments, I know that you can possess the combat strength of a Tao Lord without the help of an ultimate treasure, but so what? The laws of the primal universe suppress me and you. Even if you have a Tier 7 ultimate treasure, you're at most a Tao Lord. I'm different. My armor can block all of your attacks. No matter what you do, you won't be able to hurt me. Empyrean myriad demons' laughter echoed throughout the starry sky. The expressions of the human experts, led by Tao Lord Nine Firmaments, turned grim. Master, his armor isn't Tier 7. It's Tier 8. Jiang Xi's expression turned even more solemn. Others couldn't tell the difference between a Tier 7 ultimate treasure and a Tier 8 ultimate treasure, but he had already memorized all the information of the Eight Clouds legacy. He could recognize the armor's grade at a glance. Tier 8. Tao Lord Nine Firmament's expression changed drastically. Tier 8 ultimate treasure. How is that possible? Even the two holy lands of the Chaos Sea don't have a Tier 8 ultimate treasure. How can the demons have one? The other human Tao Lords were shocked as well. Change the battle plan. Tao Lord Nine Firmaments took a deep breath. He transmitted to Jiang Xi and the others with his spiritual consciousness. In the primal universe, it's impossible to kill Empyrean experts. Our target isn't the Empyreans, but the Tao Lords. I'll hold Empyrean myriad demon back. You guys deal with the demon Tao Lords. After saying that, Tao Lord Nine Firmaments attacked again. He teleported and sent out another palm strike. The massive universe in the palm, enhanced by the violet gold glove, reached the limits of the primal universe. Boom! This palm strike hit Empyrean myriad demon's massive body once more. Although it couldn't hurt him, it was enough to hold him back. It's useless. You can't hurt me at all. Empyrean myriad demon laughed loudly. 10 tails of various forms swept across the starry sky. Space-time distorted and the starry sky shattered. Terrifying power indiscriminately attacked the human experts. Kill! 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 At the same time, Jiang Xi, Tao Lord Salsword, Tao Lord Everwall, and the other human experts didn't dodge. Instead, they all unleashed their secret arts and locked onto the monster Tao Lords atop Empyrean Many-Monster's head. Ha! Monsters, let's go! Attack! Exterminate all of these humans! Empyrean Myriad Monster ordered. The Tao Lords who had been waiting for the right moment immediately grew excited upon hearing this order. Yes, Sky Sovereign. Let's go all out and destroy the human race. I've been waiting for this moment. Why is the human race the strongest race in the fourth universe? After this battle, the demon race will be the strongest race in the fourth universe. Kill, kill, kill. Kill all humans. The Tao Lords of the dire monster race all roared and howled. They all had different bloodlines and different appearances, and they represented different factions within the dire monster race. A total of 15 Tao Lords teleported at the same time and charged towards Jiang Xi and the other human experts. 7th Tier Supreme Treasure, unleash your power. Tao Lord Eater, Tao Lord Gold Wolf, Tao Lord Skyfox, and Tao Lord Tao Tai were the first to attack. Thousand Heart Vine. Golden Wolf howls at the moon. 8 Diagram Hellfrost. Heaven Devouring Flames. Instantly, the 4 supreme treasures in the form of vines, giant claws, formation diagrams, and blazing flames released tremendous power under the control of the 4 Tao Lords. Every attack had reached the limit of a Tao Lord. If not for the suppression of the laws of heaven and earth in the primal universe, the power of these attacks would probably have reached the heavenly venerable level. 7th Tier Offensive Supreme Treasure. How can the dire monsters have so many 7th Tier Supreme Treasures? Jiang Xi and the others were shocked. No, there's more. Jiang Xi's spiritual sense swept across the Tao Lords one by one. Given his ability to identify supreme treasures, he immediately sensed the aura of 7th-tier supreme treasures on the other 6 Tao Lords. 3 were armor supreme treasures, 3 were essence soul supreme treasures, and 4 were offensive supreme treasures. The dire monsters had revealed a total of 10 7th-tier supreme treasures. There are actually so many of them. Riverward was bewildered. He knew how precious 7th-tier supreme treasures were. In the entire Chaos Sea, only the 2 Holy Land universes had the ability to take out so many 7th-tier supreme treasures at once, but this time, the dire monsters had an 8th-tier supreme treasure, which even the Holy Land universes couldn't take out. What's going on? What's hidden behind all this? Jiang Xi's mind raced, but he couldn't find an answer. Could it be the upper realm? This thought flashed through his mind. The more he thought about it, the more likely it was. However, the current situation didn't allow him to continue thinking about it. Tao Lord Shi Mian, Tao Lord Golden Wolf, Tao Lord Sky Fox, and Tao Lord Taotia's attacks were approaching. Senior brother Chang Yuan, stop them. Jiang Xi looked at Tao Lord Chang Yuan beside him. Tao Lord Nine Clouds was fighting Heavenly Venerable Thousand Demon, so the command of this battle fell to Jiang Xi. With his strength, none of the Tao Lords of the human race were dissatisfied. Open! Tao Lord Chang Yuan shouted. All of a sudden, strands of golden light rose from the armor he was wearing. Then, these strands of golden light quickly changed and condensed into a golden transparent bell, which just happened to cover all of them. Clang! Clang! Massive rumbling sounds filled the starry sky, and the starry sky within 100 light-years exploded. Spatial fragments surged out in all directions, creating chaotic streams of space. As for Jiangxi and the others inside the golden bell, they were completely unharmed. 7th-tier Supreme Treasure Armor, Gold Bell Armor. You humans, have another 7th-tier Supreme Treasure? Tao Lord Golden Wolf was shocked. Heavenly Venerable, another 7th-tier Supreme Treasure. Tao Lord Shi Mian hurriedly sent a spiritual message. Where did the humans get so many 7th-tier Supreme Treasures? Heavenly Venerable Thousand Demon immediately noticed the situation and exclaimed in shock. Seize them. Seize all of these 7th-tier Supreme Treasures. The Palace of Tidal Waves, the Violet Gold Gauntlet, and this Golden Bell. Seize them all. He ordered the monster Tao Lords once more. At the same time, he roared at Tao Lord Ninafirmaments, who was still fighting him. Tao Lord Ninafirmaments, get the hell out of my way. Humph. Just wait and see your clansmen get slaughtered. Tao Lord Ninafirmaments sneered as he struck out with both palms, using the 7th-tier secret technique, Universe Palm. Blocked by the pair of violet gold palms, Heavenly Venerable Thousand Demon's enormous body found it very difficult to approach Jiang Xi's battlefield. On the other side, Jiang Xi and the others were able to withstand the attacks of the monster race under the protection of Tao Lord Chang Yuan's 7th-tier Supreme Treasure, Gold Bell Armor. However, the monster Tao Lords had already gone mad. They had been filled with confidence when they had 10 7th-tier Supreme Treasures. Now that they saw that the humans had 3 7th-tier Supreme Treasures as well, their eyes shone with a greedy light. Kill! The 10 monster Tao Lords with 7th-tier Supreme Treasures stood at the very front and attacked at the same time. One powerful secret technique after another condensed. Some targeted the body, some targeted the essence spirit. Saber light and sword shadows. However, Jiang Xi and the others would not allow the monster Tao Lords to attack so easily this time. Jiang Xi, it's up to you now. Tao Lord Sword 1, Tao Lord Chang Yuan, and the other human experts turned to look at Jiang Xi. Jiang Xi smiled gently. Standing in the void, he spread his arms and said softly, Mountain Sea Spacetime, descend. Boom! An enormous world of spacetime instantly descended. The dark starry sky was instantly filled with world projections of mountains, seas, stars, and continents. These world projections merged with the spacetime, forming an extremely powerful binding force. With a terrifying might, it directly imprisoned the 15 monster Tao Lords on the spot. Before their attacks could take form, they were interrupted. At that moment, Jiang Xi's Mountain Sea spacetime was an invincible existence. Apart from heavenly venerables who could break through the shackles of this spacetime domain, the other monster Tao Lords had to rely on the power of their supreme treasures to possess the combat strength of a Tao Lord. Now that these monster Tao Lords were imprisoned by the Mountain Sea spacetime, they could not break through the shackles instantly. Even if they were imprisoned for 1/10,000th of a second, it was enough for Jiang Xi and the others to attack. Furthermore, the time was not that short. Tao Lord Devourer, Tao Lord Golden Wolf, Tao Lord Heavenly Fox, Tao Lord Tao Tai, and the other monster experts immediately panicked with fear in their eyes. Tao Lord Mountain Sea. In the distance, Heavenly Venerate Myriad Demon suddenly roared furiously. He had also noticed the situation here and realized that the experts of his race were in danger. At that moment, he finally understood why Tao Lord Nine Firmaments would say that they should wait to be slaughtered. Earlier on, Heavenly Venerate Myriad Demon did not take those words to heart and only thought that Tao Lord Nine Firmaments was angry. However, he did not expect it to be true. Tao Lord Mountain Sea's spacetime domain was actually this strong. This is the true limit of a Tao Lord. The size of his Grotto Heaven world must far exceed that of other Tao Lords. That's why he's able to release such a powerful spacetime domain. Heavenly Venerate Myriad Demon's eyes shone fiercely. As a Heavenly Venerate expert, he had taken many detours on the path of a Tao Lord. Naturally, he knew that there was a limit to a Tao Lord's Grotto Heaven world. Under normal circumstances, a cosmic Tao Lord's Grotto Heaven world could only reach a diameter of 900 million light-years. In reality, that was not the true limit. If there was a special method that could break through the limit of 900 million light-years, the Grotto Heaven world would expand once more and its strength would increase as well. Heavenly Venerate Myriad Demon knew that Tao Lord Mountain Sea must have done that. My race's Tao Lord is in danger. Get lost. Get lost. His massive body charged forward, wanting to break free from Tao Lord Nine Firmament's obstruction and head to the other side of the battlefield to break through Jiang Xi's spacetime domain. Heavenly Venerate. Patriarch, save me. The 15 demon Tao Lords were all using their spirit senses to ask for help. If it was a one-on-one battle, they would not be any weaker than the humans. But who knew that Tao Lord Mountain Sea's spacetime domain would be so strong? This way, they would not be able to use the advantage of their Tier 7 Supreme Treasures and would be at a complete disadvantage. They would even be facing a life-and-death crisis. Roar! Heavenly Venerate Myriad Demon roared. He broke through Tao Lord Nine Firmament's universe palm once more and his body rapidly shrank. From a light-year in size, he became a massive beast that was only 100,000 kilometers long. Previously, he had grown so large because he wanted to suppress all the experts in this human team with his own strength. Then, he would have the 15 demon Tao Lords join forces to wipe out the humans. But reality gave him a hard slap in the face. The hidden methods of this human team of Tao Lords were not inferior to theirs at all. In fact, they were even stronger. A single Tao Lord of the mountains and seas had destroyed all of their trump cards. Swoosh! After shrinking, Heavenly Venerate Myriad Demon's speed immediately soared and he broke through Tao Lord Nine Firmament's obstruction. So this is a Heavenly Venerate expert. Tao Lord Nine Firmaments sighed inwardly. Even with the restrictions of the Primal Universe's laws, Heavenly Venerates were not so easy to deal with. Boom! Heavenly Venerate Myriad Demon instantly arrived at the battlefield between Jiang Xi and the demon Tao Lords. Break! He roared and set off a terrifying space-time wave. In an instant, he disintegrated Jiang Xi's Mountain Sea spacetime. Although it sounded long, given their speed, the entire process lasted for less than a millionth of a second. It happened almost instantaneously. Jiang Xi had just used the Mountain Sea spacetime when Heavenly Venerate Myriad Demon broke through it. Too fast. Jiang Xi, Tao Lord Sword 1, Tao Lord Long Wall, and the others looked at each other helplessly. After all, the person in front of them was a second-step Heavenly Venerate, one of the top experts in the entire Chaos Sea. Heavenly Venerate Myriad Demon's powerful attack changed the situation. After breaking through the mountain sea spacetime, he hovered in the starry sky, protecting the 15 demon Tao lords behind him. Humans, I've underestimated you. The eyes on Heavenly Venerate Myriad Demon's 9 heads were filled with coldness. However, your team doesn't have a Heavenly Venerate expert. The control of the battle is now in my hands. Now, I've decided to get rid of you one by one. You're the first. The 18 eyes on the 9 ferocious heads were all focused on Jiang Ci. Whoosh! Heavenly Venerate Myriad Demon moved at a terrifying speed. Do you think I'm afraid of you? Jiang Ci roared and slashed out with the long sword in his hand. Whoosh! A seemingly illusory green ray of light appeared in midair, flashing and disappearing like a dream. Following that, countless green rays of light appeared, one after another, as if they contained an endless amount of vitality. In an instant, the entire void was covered by these endless green rays of light, turning into a world of vitality. Boom! In the end, a green sword light seemed to destroy the world, instantly annihilating the world full of vitality. All of this happened in a flash. It was extremely short. However, the entire process seemed to have gone through a reincarnation cycle, from birth to death. Life reincarnation. This was the first time the rank 7 secret technique, Mountain Sea Sword Scripture of the Heavenly Tao, was used in actual combat. Rumble. The green sword light directly collided with Heavenly Venerate Myriad Demon's body, erupting with a terrifying shockwave that swept over an area of hundreds of light years. Heavenly Venerate Myriad Demon was sent flying, and Jiang Ci was also pushed back by the shockwave. If we were in the Chaos Sea, you wouldn't be my match. Heavenly Venerate Myriad Demon roared angrily. Attack with all your strength and kill the humans. He ordered the demon Tao lords again. Yes. Yes, Heavenly Venerate. Die. The demon Tao lords behind Heavenly Venerate Myriad Demon also attacked. In an instant, all kinds of secret techniques condensed again. Some were the roars of mutated beasts, some were essence soul attacks, and some were transformed into sabers and swords that directly slashed over. Among them, the attacks of the 10 demon Tao lords were obviously stronger, attacking all the human experts at the same time. Universe in the palm. Tao Lord 9 Firmaments also rushed over. He slapped out with his palm, covering Heavenly Venerate Myriad Demon and the 15 demon Tao lords, wanting to affect their attacks. Mountain Sea Spacetime. Jiang Ci growled, and the incomparably realistic world projection descended once again, attacking the demon experts with powerful restrictions and pressure. Break! Heavenly Venerate Myriad Demon roared. The energy in his body surged wildly, and the surrounding spacetime also distorted and shook. The powerful energy attacked again and again, directly suppressing the universe and the Mountain Sea spacetime. This time, the 15 demon Tao lords were not affected at all. Boom! 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 Their various attacks covered the starry sky where the human experts were almost simultaneously. Ha! All of you, die! Without a Heavenly Venerate expert, you still want to fight us? Humans, you're dead meat. The demon Tao lords attacked with all their strength again and again. With Heavenly Venerate Myriad Demon blocking in front, they were fearless and did not have to worry about being imprisoned by the spacetime domain. Whoosh! Heavenly Venerate Myriad Demon's 10 tails danced wildly, instantly becoming trillions of kilometers long and covering the entire void. For a time, the spacetime of the dark starry sky was thrown into chaos, and it also disrupted the human expert's formation and rhythm, at the same time, within the Skyspan Mountains river diagram. Although the battle was ongoing, the Human Tao Lord Conference did not disperse. Everyone was gathered here to discuss the situation of the battle. Given the strength of a Tao Lord, splitting a strand of spiritual consciousness here would not affect the battle. We've already clashed with the ghost Tao Lords. Just like the demons, they also have 1 tier 8 cardinal treasure and 10 tier 7 cardinal treasures. Ming Zun said in a low voice. It seems that there really is a huge conspiracy behind this. Tao Lord 9 Firmaments had a solemn expression. No matter what, let's deal with this enemy first. Ming Zun said. Tao Lord 9 Firmaments nodded. Master, it's time for us to make our move. After probing for so long, we should have more or less figured out what they're hiding, Jiang Xi said with a smile. Yes, let's make our move. We haven't even made our move yet. Tao Lord Salsword, Tao Lord Mi Luo, and the other human experts all began to laugh as well, filled with eagerness. They all had tier 7 cardinal treasures, but they hadn't unleashed the power of their tier 7 cardinal treasures in their earlier battle against the demons. Me too. Jiang Xi grinned. Earlier, he had only used a supportive technique. In terms of offense, he had only used a single attack, lifespan cycle. It wasn't his most powerful attack either. Thus far, their squad had yet to unleash their full combat power. This was because everyone had predicted long ago that this war between the races would be very strange and that there was something hidden behind it. Thus, they had come up with a strategy to counter it. They would first feign weakness, then figure out the situation before attacking with all their might. And now, the time had come. Let's begin. Cripple them. Let the demons regret this. Kill. 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 Tao Lord Salsword, Tao Lord Salsword, Tao Lord Mi Luo, and the other human experts were all unable to hold themselves back. Off to the side, Ming Zun's squad exchanged glances and smiled, their eyes filled with a strong desire to do battle. 9 Firmaments and the others are about to go all out. We can't just sit around and do nothing. Everyone, let's not hold back anymore. Let's attack with all our might and wipe out the remaining forces of the ghost race. Ming Zun said with a smile, attack first, then change later. Chapter 633. Humans, you will definitely lose this battle. Empyrean Myriad Demon's voice echoed throughout the starry sky. He was wearing an 8th tier supreme treasure. Although it was an armor-type treasure, the power of the supreme treasure alone was enough to reach the limit of a Tao Lord. His 10 tails were like giant snakes covered in black armor. They danced in the air, disrupting space-time and disrupting the formation and rhythm of Jiang Xi and the other human experts. As for the 15 Tao Lords, they were using all sorts of secret techniques, waiting for an opportunity to kill Jiang Xi and the others. On the surface, the human Tao Lords were dodging the attacks of Empyrean Myriad Demon and the other Tao Lords. But in reality, Jiang Xi, Tao Lord 9 Firmaments, Tao Lord Sword 1, and the others had already spread out and formed an encirclement. Everyone, are you ready? Tao Lord 9 Firmaments transmitted with his spiritual sense. Ha, I've been waiting for this moment. Cripple them in one fell swoop. Give them a good beating. The human Tao Lords watched as Empyrean Many Monster and the 15 monstrous Tao Lords wreaked havoc. None of them felt any fear at all. Instead, they felt exceptionally excited. Empyrean Demonfian's enormous body crushed through the starry skies as he crossed the void. His 10 enormous tails lashed out at Riverward, Tao Lord Nina Firmaments, Tao Lord Salsword, and the other human experts. The 15 monster Tao Lords surrounded him, simultaneously unleashing all sorts of attacks. All sorts of secret arts came crashing down on him, blotting out the skies. Master, get ready to begin. Jiang Xi's eyes seemed to flicker with excitement. Boom! As Jiang Xi cast his spell, the mountain sea spacetime descended once more. The massive projection of the world combined with this spacetime to form a powerful binding force and pressure, instantly imprisoning all the experts of the demon race. Stop struggling. It's useless. Empyrean Myriad Demon roared. His body trembled slightly as he broke through the mountain sea spacetime. That's enough. Jiang Xi did not care. His goal in using the spacetime domain was to interrupt this wave of attacks from the Tao Lords. It was enough to stop Empyrean myriad demons' attacks for even a millionth of a second. Kill. Tao Lord Nina Firmaments, Tao Lord Salsword, Tao Lord Everwall, Tao Lord Mi Luo, and the other human experts all attacked. Universe in the palm. Heaven-splitting sword. Sword master heaven and earth. Emperor descends to the heavens. One powerful secret art after another struck out towards Empyrean demon fiend, every single one of them having the combat power of a supreme Tao Lord. This squad of human Tao Lords only had 8 7th-tier supreme treasures. Everyone else, however, had 2 or 3 6th-tier supreme treasures. Given that, their combat power was still at the very limits of power for Tao Lords. Almost at the same time, these mystic technique attacks enveloped Heavenly Venerate Myriad Demon, whose body had shrunk to 100,000 kilometers long. Boom 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 boom. A terrifying power erupted, causing the starry skies to collapse. It even pierced through the barriers of the universe, causing the chaotic gray fog to pour out in torrents. Empyrean Demon Fiend was knocked flying by the attacks of so many Supreme Tao Lords. Impossible. Where did you get so many 7th-tier Supreme Treasures? 6th-tier Supreme Treasure. There are still 6th-tier Supreme Treasures. Empyrean Demon Fiend roared. It was fine if these humans didn't go all out, but when they did, it was like a thunderbolt, causing him to be both shocked and enraged. Just now, they had crushed the human experts. They thought that they had forced the humans to their limits and that victory was within their grasp. But they didn't expect that these humans had hidden far more tricks up their sleeves than they had imagined. They had a total of 8 7th-tier Supreme Treasures and more than 30 6th-tier Supreme Treasures. But then, when he was sent flying and saw Jiang Xi attack, he knew that he was wrong. Very wrong. It turned out that the most terrifying person in this squad of human experts wasn't Tao Lord 9 Firmaments, but Tao Lord Mountain Sea. Tao Lord Mountain Sea. Empyrean Demon Fiend swung his 10 tails, trying his best to neutralize the attacks of Tao Lord 9 Firmaments and the others. He wanted to charge back. However, Jiang Xi had already made his move. While Tao Lord 9 Firmaments and the others focused their attacks on Empyrean Demon Fiend, he pointed his long sword at the other Tao Lords. He slashed out with his sword. Sword light lit up, instantly slicing through the void. Then, the light suddenly exploded, converging into a giant black and white sphere. Countless sword lights with a destructive aura were compressed within the black and white sphere. The black and white sphere was like a miniature universe that enveloped the 15 Tao Lords. Not good. This is, break. Break it. The Tao Lords panicked. They could sense the aura of death descending and wanted to break the black and white sphere. However, Jiang Xi wouldn't give them the chance to do so. Mountain Sea Spacetime. At the same time, Jiang Xi used his powerful spacetime domain to imprison all the Tao Lords. Right at that moment, poof! The black and white sphere suddenly exploded like a bubble. A dazzling sword light flashed and disappeared. Destruction and rebirth. It was the third stance of the rank 7 secret technique, Mountain Sea Sword Sutra, Heavenly Tao Scroll. Jiang Xi's strongest move was used in actual combat for the first time. The black and white sphere exploded. Although the 15 Tao Lords saw the dark starry sky again, Qi-La, however, the extremely dazzling sword light had already passed through the bodies of every Tao Lord of the demon clan. It cut through the void and seemed to have left an indelible mark in the 4th universe. You killed a desolate level Tao Lord, Eternal EXP +1, you killed a flood level Tao Lord, Eternal EXP +3, you killed a desolate level Tao Lord, Eternal EXP +1, no. Awe. Fear, pain, anger, and so on. All sorts of furious roars came from the mouths of the Tao Lords. They looked at Jiang Xi in disbelief. The other experts in the outside world might not know what was going on in the black and white sphere, but they knew very well how terrifying that sword strike was. That sword strike first swept past the strongest Tao Lord Food Fiend, causing more than 20% of his indestructible substance to be instantly destroyed. One had to know that Tao Lord Food Fiend was wearing a grade 7 armor treasure. Even if Heavenly Venerable Myriad Demon personally attacked, he probably wouldn't be much stronger than Jiang Ci. Moreover, the damage caused by that sword strike was not limited to that. Immediately after, it swept past some of the weaker Tao Lords Cold Light and Xian Fang. In an instant, 6 of the 15 Tao Lords died and 6 were seriously injured. The remaining 3 had grade 7 armor treasures and were only lightly injured. If there are a few more strikes, won't we all be wiped out by him? Even Tao Lord 9 Firmaments isn't that terrifying. That sword strike is too powerful. When the sword light swept past me, it seemed like my grade 7 armor treasure was weakened by half. It directly destroyed nearly 30% of my indestructible substance. Too terrifying. Quick, escape from this place. Retreat, retreat. The remaining 9 Tao Lords were terrified. However, Jiang Ci was not satisfied with this sword strike. He shook his head. The suppression of the primal universe is too strong. If it was in the Chaos Sea, those 6 who were seriously injured would probably have died. Only the 3 monstrous Tao Lords who had 7th grade armor treasures would be able to survive this attack. If one strike isn't enough, I'll use 2. Jiang Ci's gaze was sharp and his killing intent was about to pour out. At that moment, the remaining 9 Tao Lords had already scattered and fled. They no longer had the will to continue fighting. Everyone was in existence with endless lifespans and did not want to die just like that. Can you escape? With a thought, Jiang Ci caused the mountain sea spacetime to descend once more. The enormous heart world projection carried with it an aura of infinite power that bound the Tao Lords. Run! Heavenly Venerable, save us! Patriarch! The Tao Lords were terrified and their hearts were filled with hatred and confusion. They did not understand how this Tao Lord Mountain Sea could be so powerful. Weren't the laws of the primal universe the limit of Tao Lords? If Jiang Ci knew of their doubts, he would only scoff. This was because the limit of Tao Lords they knew was only the limit of attack power and not the true limit. In other aspects, such as the body, primordial spirit, grotto heaven world, and so on, only when all these reached the limits of the primal universe could one be considered the true limit of Tao Lords. It could be said that in the entire Chaos Sea, even Jiang Ci himself had not reached the true limit of Tao Lords. This was because his grotto heaven world was still far from the limit of 10 billion light-years in diameter. At that time, he would be the true limit of Tao Lords. Even so, Jiang Ci's spacetime domain through his grotto heaven world was enough to crush these Tao Lords. Tao Lord Mountain Sea. Heavenly Venerable Myriad Demon roared from afar. However, many human experts led by Tao Lord 9 Firmaments had joined forces to stop him, preventing him from interfering in the battle. Jiang Ci glanced from afar and waved the long sword in his hand lightly. Although it was only a grade 6 offensive treasure, it was enough for his attack to reach the limits of the primal universe. Whoosh! Endless sword light whistled and condensed into a black and white sphere. Like a miniature universe, it enveloped the remaining 9 Tao Lords. No! Stop it! Stop it! The stronger monstrous Tao Lords did their best to try and stop him. However, Qi La. The black and white sphere exploded, producing a soul-stirring resplendent sword light that swept past the Tao Lords. You killed a flood-level Tao Lord. Eternal EXP plus 3, you killed an Eon-level Tao Lord. Eternal EXP plus 6, you killed a flood-level Tao Lord. Eternal EXP plus 3, instantly, the 6 severely injured Tao Lords lost their lives and their bodies and souls were destroyed. Tao Lord Mountain Sea. Humans, you deserve to die. In the distance, Heavenly Venerable Myriad Demon, who was blocked by Tao Lord 9 Firmaments and the others, was enraged when he saw this scene. He roared. This time, it was Great Sky Supreme who took the initiative to find him and provide him with help, asking them to destroy the human race. Heavenly Venerable Myriad Demon was naturally willing to accept such a beneficial cooperation because he also wanted to obtain some information about the 8 Clouds' legacy from Tao Lord Mountain Sea. But he did not expect that they would be destroyed by the humans instead. They lost a total of 12 Tao Lords. Although the demons were still the peak race of the 4th universe with him around, they would definitely be suppressed by the humans in the future. Damn it! Humans. The remaining 3 demon experts who possessed grade 7 armor cardinal treasures, Tao Lord Devourer, Tao Lord Golden Wolf, and Tao Lord Heavenly Fox, were furious and heartbroken apart from fear. That was because not only did Jiang Xi kill their Tao Lords, but he also took away 7 other offensive and essence spirit grade 7 cardinal treasures. How could they not feel heartache and anger? Let's go. Retreat. Heavenly Venerable Myriad Demon roared angrily, filled with indignation. He led the remaining 3 Tao Lords of his race and teleported away from the desolate starry sky. He did not dare to continue fighting because if he did, all the Tao Lords of his demon race might be gone. Jiang Xi, Tao Lord 9 Firmaments, and the other human experts did not chase after them. Compared to the demons who fled in panic, they were naturally very carefree and laughed heartily. We've achieved our basic goal. It's very difficult to kill the remaining Heavenly Venerable Myriad Demon and the 3 Tao Lords, Tao Lord 9 Firmaments said with a smile. For countless eras, it's very rare for a Tao Lord to die in the 4th universe. But today, we humans killed 12 Tao Lords of the demon race. Once the news spreads, no matter what conspiracy is behind this battle, it'll be able to intimidate those who are itching to make a move. Tao Lord Sword 1 nodded. Tao Lord Long Wall, Tao Lord Mi Luo, and the others also laughed and turned their gazes to Jiang Xi. The primal universe was not like the Chaos Sea. The heaven-earth laws here only allowed peak combat strength of Tao Lords. Therefore, it was very rare for a Tao Lord to die in the long years. However, Jiang Xi's appearance broke this rule. Over the past 100,000 years, the alien Tao Lords of the 4th universe had died in his hands one after another. Not to mention, in the battle outside the 8 Cloud Ruins, he and Ming Zun had joined forces and killed nearly 1,000 Tao Lords of the various factions in the Chaos Sea. From this point of view, Jiang Xi had become a Tao Lord Terminator. This battle is just the beginning of the race war. No matter what the final outcome is, we have to do our best from the beginning. Jiang Xi thought silently. Therefore, this battle is a battle of intimidation. We have to unleash our strength and cripple the 2 peak races, the demon race and the ghost race, so that the other factions in the 4th universe will hesitate and not be in a hurry to attack. Jiang Xi knew very well that no matter what conspiracy was behind this, it had to be related to the 8 Cloud inheritance. Such a powerful and precious inheritance would definitely attract the covetous eyes of various factions. The humans would not only have to face the demon race and the ghost race. One had to know that the experts in the 4th universe were not only from the 3 peak races. Apart from not having any heavenly venerables, some of the top races' strength at the Tao Lord level was actually similar to that of the peak races. In addition, those heavenly venerables were definitely watching this battle. Once the humans showed signs of weakness in the battle just now, those experts and sects who were secretly watching from the sidelines would secretly watch. Then, those forces and lone wolves who were spying in the dark would swarm over and divide the spoils of war, snatch the heritage of the human clan, and snatch the inheritance of 8 Clouds. Since the human race's performance in the battle was so terrifying, those forces and experts in the dark would definitely continue to observe. This was the result that the 3 powerhouses of the human race, led by Tomorrow Venerable, Tao Lord 9 Firmaments, and Jiang Xi, were looking forward to when they deployed this battle. As long as the humans were given a certain amount of time, a certain amount of breathing space, then anything was possible in the future. After all, Jiang Xi had already imparted the process of breaking through from Tao Lord to Heavenly Venerate to every human Tao Lord. Perhaps at this critical moment, Tao Lord 9 Firmaments, Tao Lord Clear Flame, Tao Lord Shizuan, and the other universe Tao Lords would break through. Once they broke through to become heavenly venerates, the human race would become even stronger. When my true body refines Mount Xianhuang, I'll be able to break through to the Tao Lord realm. At that time, the current situation of our race will also change. Jiang Xi thought to himself. First released, then changed. Chapter 634. Within the Skyspan Mountain River diagram, the Tao Lords of the human race communicated the results of the two battlefields through the spirit bodies they left behind. It's a pity that we don't have a killer weapon like Jiang Xi in our team. We only killed 6 ghost Tao Lords, Venerable Ming Ming said with a smile. In front of the huge stone table, everyone was speechless for a moment. They looked at each other and suddenly burst into laughter. Ha ha ha, if Venerable Ming's humble words were heard by the ghost and demon race, their essence souls would probably disintegrate from anger. In the original universe, it was already very rare to kill a Tao Lord. Killing 6 of them at once was something that he would never have dared to think about in the past. However, although we've won the first battle, it's not time for us to relax yet. Tao Lord 9 Firmaments said slowly with a solemn expression. Yes, we have to cultivate harder. The danger is not over yet. We have to be extra careful. If we survive this, our human race will become even stronger. The human experts present were all filled with a sense of urgency. From the human race in the second and third universes being almost wiped out to the demons and ghost race suddenly joining forces to attack the humans in the fourth universe. Behind this series of events, there seemed to be a huge hand controlling everything. Jiang Xi, Venerable Ming Ming, Tao Lord 9 Firmaments, and the other human experts believed that even if the demons and ghost race were crippled, things would not end so simply. In the fourth universe, the demons and ghost race were not the only ones that could threaten the human race. After all, the heaven-earth laws of the original universe limited the combat strength of Tao Lords. Even if some top races did not have heavenly venerables, their strength at the Tao Lord level was not inferior to the top races. For example, the top race close to the human race, the gold race. The patriarch of this race, Tao Lord Qi Long, was a top universe realm Tao Lord and was also one of the top experts in the fourth universe. Furthermore, the number of Tao Lords in this race had reached 10. In addition, apart from those top races, there were also heavenly venerables who wanted to take a share of the profits from the human race. Perhaps they did not have the goal of destroying the human race. Instead, they were here for the 8 Clouds legacy and wanted to seize the opportunity to cultivate to eternity. However, as long as they made a move, it would be enough to bring about a devastating blow to the human race. Among the lone Celestial Venerables, only Senior Qing Shi and Celestial Venerable Lu have a good relationship with me. However, in front of the Eternal, I don't know if these friendships are reliable. Jiang Xi shook his head gently. In the face of such a great opportunity, it was hard to say what their personal relationship would be. No matter what Senior Qing Shi's goal is, he has a deep relationship with our Earth lineage after all, and he has always been protecting Jiang Dudu. If he needs a way to cultivate to the eternal realm, I can give him a portion of the inheritance information. Perhaps he can help the human race. Riverward calculated in his heart. In addition to Purple Firmament Empyrean, who was permanently suppressed, there were a total of 11 Empyrean powerhouses in Universe 4. Each of the 3 pinnacle races had one, while the other 8 were lone travelers. However, to really calculate, the one that Jiang Xi could not see through the most was Empyrean Bluestone. It seemed like Heavenly Venerate Qing Shi's figure had appeared more or less in everything that had happened on Earth. To be precise, it seemed like Heavenly Venerate Qing Shi's existence could be found in the trajectory of his growth. No matter what, Senior Qing Shi has not shown any malice toward me or Jiang Dudu. From the current situation, he is trustworthy. Jiang Xi thought. At the same time, Empyrean Myriad Demon and Empyrean Yen Du's spiritual consciousness gathered again in a silent void, turning into a giant beast with 8 hooves, 9 heads, and 10 tails, and a green-faced, red-gold ghost with fangs. This time, the Empyreans of the two pinnacle races were silent. The atmosphere was very gloomy, and there was anger that they wanted to vent but had nowhere to vent. Compared to the lone celestial venerables, they had the ties of their races, so they usually had a lot of considerations when doing things. If they were the kind of loners with no ties, then they wouldn't have cared about this loss at all. The demon tribe has suffered heavy losses. Empyrean myriad demon's voice was hoarse. The same goes for the ghost tribe. I still don't understand why the humans have so many 7th grade supreme treasures and 6th grade supreme treasures. Empyrean Yen Du gritted his teeth. They should have obtained it from the 8 Clouds' inheritance. We were too careless. We thought that with the support of the Great Sky Sacred Land, we could crush the humans. Who would have thought? Empyrean Myriad Demon's tone was very bitter. Originally, we thought that with the many 7th grade supreme treasures and the 2 8th grade supreme treasures, we would be able to destroy the upper echelons of the humans in one fell swoop. Now, it seems that the strength of our 2 races alone is far from enough. We have to rely on the top races that are subordinate to our races, Empyrean Yen Du said in a low voice. It's impossible to make those top races fight to the death without benefits. Empyrean Myriad Demon snorted coldly. There's no other way. At most, we can give them some information about the 8 Clouds' inheritance after we destroy the humans. The top races do not have Empyreans, so even if they have many Tao Lords, they will be easy to control. The most important thing now is to destroy the humans. Otherwise, if they use the 8 Clouds' inheritance to cultivate more Tao Lords and Empyrean powerhouses, we will have no chance. That's all we can do. The monsters and ghosts each had their own subordinate races, forming 2 major factions. Of course, the humans had their own subordinate races as well. For example, the Tao Alliance was essentially a faction with the humans at its core. However, this was only the beginning stages of this war, so the 3 peak races had yet to mobilize the power of their subordinate races. This was because those who could participate in this war would first have to be the Tao Lords of their subordinate races. However, those Tao Lords were no fools. They would not be willing to be cannon fodder. If there were no benefits, they would not take the risk at all. In the beginning, Empyrean Myriad Demon and Empyrean Yen Du had thought that victory was in their hands. After they destroyed the humans, there was no need to share the benefits with their subordinate races. However, the results of this war forced the 2 Empyreans to change their plans. They immediately began to rope in the top races with Tao Lords. Their attempts to rope in those races quickly received a response. For example, on the side of the monsters, the top races that were originally subordinate to the monsters sent a representative to speak with Empyrean Myriad Demon. Empyrean Myriad Demon, the results of this war have already spread. That human is extremely strong. As for us, many of the top races only have 1 or 2 or 3 Tao Lords. No matter who dies, it will be a disaster for that race. We have no choice but to be cautious. Thus, if you want us to participate in this war, you have to agree to 4 conditions. Speak, Empyrean Myriad Demon said. First, if we participate in this war, we have to stay together. We cannot be separated. Second, if any of us die, the monsters have to treat their race well. Their race's territory cannot be reduced, and outsiders are not allowed to interfere with their race's development. Third, after the war ends, if you are able to acquire the 8 Clouds legacy from the humans, we don't ask for much. We only ask for the legacy and cultivation insights of an Empyrean. Fourth, if the monsters are able to establish a Holy Land universe in the future, they have to leave 10% of the space for us, the top races that are subordinate to them. Clearly, these subordinate races had long since communicated with each other. They had carefully considered the conditions they offered, and none of them had been greedy enough to ask for too much. For example, they only asked for the inheritance of an Empyrean powerhouse. For them, as long as their race could produce an Empyrean powerhouse, then their race would have the foundation to become a top race. I can agree to these conditions, Empyrean Myriad Demon agreed after thinking for a while. On the other side, the ghost race tried to rope in their subordinate races, but the response they received was similar. In short, the second action of the two pinnacle races caused many of the top races in Universe 4 to join this unprecedented race war. In the human race's territory, there were tens of billions of humans living on an ordinary planet with life. Above the planet's land and sea, there were floating immortal islands. On the ground, there were towering skyscrapers that reached into the clouds. A technological civilization and a cultivation civilization were perfectly combined. At this moment, on the top floor of a skyscraper. Whoosh! A blurry figure gradually condensed into a young man wearing a black and gold robe with long green hair. His face was both male and female, and he was extremely handsome. His eyes glowed, and each light seemed to contain a universe. He waved his hand, and three figures appeared behind him. One was a rock life form as tall as a mountain, one was a cute little yellow beast, and the last was a strange life form whose entire body was covered in flames. They faintly emitted the aura of a Tao Lord. Patriarch. The three Tao Lords bowed respectfully towards him. "Let's stay on this planet for the time being," the young man said softly. This time, the monster race suffered a great loss, and the ghost race also suffered heavy losses. Next, these two races will definitely do their best to rope in those top races. Then, they will regroup and start an even greater race war. However, with so many races, it should take some time to integrate. And those lone Empyrean powerhouses who were originally ready to make a move in the dark will probably hesitate after this battle. This way, the human race will have a chance to catch their breath. The young man seemed to be talking to himself, but also seemed to be talking to his three subordinates. In the end, he shook his head. They are really a plate of loose sand. The root of the problem is that they still lack a backbone. In the entire fourth universe, the combined forces of the three supreme races couldn't compare to the lone Empyrean powerhouses by much. As for the lone Empyrean powerhouses, they naturally had their own plans in the face of this sudden storm. However, the power and resources that the human race had displayed had intimidated the lone Empyrean powerhouses, causing them to hesitate. The human territory. The Tao Alliance's heavenly court. The Tao Lord Palace. Jiang Xi, Tao Lord Mi Luo, and Tao Lord Long Wall were drinking wine and chatting within the palace. More than a month had passed since the previous battle. The other human powerhouses were all in secluded cultivation. Only the three of them were left to oversee their races. The monster race and the ghost race still haven't made a move, Tao Lord Mi Luo said in a low voice. Tao Lord Mi Luo said solemnly, "These two races were the ones who started this war. I refuse to believe that they'll give up so easily. Given the way Empyrean All-Monster and Empyrean Yen do things, they're definitely up to something. Their races have just suffered a heavy blow. They probably don't want to be so rash. Instead, they want to be more stable, so as to not let the other top races benefit," Jiang Xi said softly. Top races. Tao Lord Long Wall frowned slightly. It's not just the other races. Those lone Empyrean powerhouses are also a force capable of influencing the course of this war. Jiang Xi voiced his previous worries. Empyrean Violet Firmament told us that according to his surveillance, no less than 5 Empyrean powerhouses have already secretly entered the human territory. However, they haven't caused much of a stir. Most likely, they're all lone Empyreans. Lone Empyrean powerhouses. A hint of wariness flashed through the eyes of Tao Lord Mi Luo and Tao Lord Long Wall. They weren't so arrogant as to think that just because they had a 7th-ranked supreme treasure, they could challenge Empyrean powerhouses. To Tao Lords, any single Empyrean was an extremely terrifying existence. However, the current situation isn't too bad. The results of the previous battle have improved our race's situation considerably. Quite a few races have already taken the initiative to join us, Jiang Xi said with a smile. That's right. Aside from the ordinary races, all of the supreme races that have joined us have at least one Tao Lord. Their total number of Tao Lords is close to 100. Dao Lord Mi Luo laughed as well. I hope there will be more and more of them. Dao Lord Long Wall nodded. Prior to the first battle, even the Dao Lords of the vassal races of the Dao Alliance were extremely crafty and wouldn't easily risk their lives for the sake of the human race. They were worried that the human race wouldn't be able to withstand the attacks of the other two supreme races. Naturally, they weren't willing to throw their lives away. Thus, at the very beginning, the human race hadn't even bothered to invite the Dao Lords of their vassal races. Now, however, things were different. The human race's first great victory had given the vassal races of the Dao Alliance a reassurance, allowing them to see the true strength of the human race. Now, if we count the Dao Lords of the Dao Alliance as well as the 100 or so new Dao Lords who have joined us, we'll be able to deal with them. Even if the Monster Alliance and the Ghost Alliance are able to rope in a large number of supreme races, we'll still have a fighting chance. The only thing I'm worried about is those lone Empyrean powerhouses. If they act against the human race as well, the situation will be very bad, Jiang Xi said softly. Dao Lord Mi Luo and Dao Lord Long Wall frowned as well. This was a major problem. More than a month had passed since the conclusion of the first battle, but not a single lone Empyrean had been willing to join the human alliance. In the primal universe, Empyreans were experts who were capable of holding their own. If the human race only had a single Empyrean, while the enemy had 8 or 10, the human race would definitely be at a major disadvantage. The enemy would only need to send out a single Empyrean to tie down Empyrean, allowing the other Empyreans to attack with impunity and deal a heavy blow to the human race, just as Jiang Xi, Dao Lord Mi Luo, and Dao Lord Long Wall were discussing. Suddenly, Jiang Xi waved his hand and produced an azure stone medallion. Dao Lord Mi Luo and Dao Lord Long Wall both watched curiously. A look of delight appeared on Jiang Xi's face. He raised his head and said, "Seventh Senior Apprentice Brother Chang Yuan, I have something I need to do. If I can take care of it, it'll be of tremendous help to us in this war. If there's anything urgent you need, you can send me a message." "All right. Hurry up and go," Dao Lord Mi Luo said with a laugh. "It'll be of help to the war between the races. Hurry up and go," Dao Lord Long Wall urged. Jiang Xi nodded. He immediately teleported to the Dao Alliance's Heavenly Court's teleportation platform, then teleported back to Earth. A month ago, after the conclusion of that battle, he had contacted Empyrean Bluestone. Now, this mysterious existence had finally replied, requesting to meet him on Earth. Sent first, then changed later. Chapter 635. Earth, Pak Sun Province, Tongtian District. Calculating the time, it was already 43155 of the new moon era. 40,000 years had passed, and Earth had undergone tremendous changes. Only Tongtian District remained the same. At this moment, Jiang Xi had returned to Earth through the teleportation formation. He appeared in his villa out of thin air and walked to the backyard of the villa. This was the holy land of Earth's lineage. Naturally, there were many powerful cultivators guarding this place. However, when Jiang Xi walked past them, these guards could not see him at all. They could not sense his presence either. Soon, Jiang Xi arrived at a garden with the architectural style of the ancient Great Xia. Pavilions, terraces, small bridges, flowing water. In the garden, there were many precious flowers from all over the universe. There were flowers of various shapes and colors. It was like a fairyland. Furthermore, there were various animals and birds that were full of spiritual energy. One could see that Heavenly Venerable Qing Shi was playing with a little bird with golden feathers in the garden. Senior Qing Shi. Jiang Xi walked over and bowed respectfully. "Your garden is not bad." Heavenly Venerable Qing Shi did not even raise his head. He was still bending over and playing with the bird. This should be a layout that was set up by a real master gardener. It looks like it was made by nature. There are no traces of craftsmanship at all. He shook his head in admiration. Then, He said, "It's different to have power. You don't even need to give orders. Countless talented beings will help you do things beautifully. Although I'm a high and mighty heavenly venerable, I don't have any power. It seems like I have to find a force and become an alliance leader or leader. I'll be satisfied when I'm in that position." Jiang Xi continued the conversation. He smiled and said, "Senior, if you join the Tao Alliance, your position will definitely..." "What? You want me to be the leader of the Tao Alliance?" Heavenly Venerable Qing Shi interrupted him and said jokingly, "You humans are willing to respect me?" Jiang Xi smiled awkwardly. How was that possible? Humans were a peak race. No peak race would respect an outsider. This was a pride that was carved into their bones. Although Heavenly Venerable Qing Shi usually maintained his human form, Heavenly Venerable Ming and Tao Lord Nine Clouds had told Jiang Xi that this mysterious existence was not human. No one knew what kind of bloodline he was from. This was also a mystery. Thus, if Celestial Exalt Bluestone really did join the Tao Alliance, he would at most be ranked in the top 3. He definitely wouldn't have much actual power. I wouldn't accept it even if you offered it to me. I'm free and unrestrained by myself. Heavenly Venerable Bluestone shook his head again. Besides, the human race is in a bad situation right now. Although you've dealt a heavy blow to the demon race and the ghost race, there's an even bigger storm brewing in the dark. I'm not an idiot to join the Tao Alliance at a time like this. It seems that Senior is also paying attention to the recent situation. Jiang Xi also stopped smiling. He said seriously, "Senior, you're right. Although I've obtained a large number of Grade 6 and Grade 7 supreme treasures in the 8 Cloud Ruins, which have strengthened the foundation and strength of the human race, I've only obtained a few Grade 6 and Grade 7 supreme treasures. However, in the face of so many enemies, we are in urgent need of external help. I wonder if Senior would be willing to join our side." Empyrean Bluestone sat down in a rattan chair at the side and said with a smile, "The rise and fall of the human race has nothing to do with me. I can't be bothered to care either. Even if the human race is annihilated, it's fine as long as Jiangdudu is fine. To be honest, if it weren't for Jiangdudu, I wouldn't even be bothered to care about you." "Daodu?" Jiang Xi was dumbfounded. "Senior, what secret is Daodu hiding?" he quickly asked. Heavenly Venerable Bluestone shook his head. "When the time comes, I'll naturally tell you. However, for the sake of Jiangdudu, I can provide you with some information." "Senior, please tell me." Jiang Xi was immediately energized. "First, you can invite Heavenly Venerable Lu and Heavenly Venerable Lai Shan. Among the lone Heavenly Venerables in the 4th universe, they're considered to be more trustworthy. As long as you're willing to take out the information of cultivating to the limit of a Heavenly Venerable, you should be able to invite them." Jiang Xi nodded lightly and remembered this in his heart. He had met Heavenly Venerable Lu before. He was a Heavenly Venerable expert who liked to gamble. However, he had never heard of Heavenly Venerable Lai Shan. He should be rarely active in the 4th universe. However, since Heavenly Venerable Bluestone took the initiative to recommend him, there should be no problem. Second, the root of this race war is in the upper realm. Heavenly Venerable Bluestone said again, "Upper realm?" Jiang Xi was shocked. He had guessed correctly. When he found out that Heavenly Venerable Thousand Demon had a Stage 8 armor treasure, he had this thought, but he didn't dare to confirm it. Now, Heavenly Venerable Bluestone had helped him confirm it. "Senior, how do you know this?" Jiang Xi asked. "I have my own channels. You don't have to ask." Heavenly Venerable Bluestone shook his head. Then, he said seriously, "I'm only providing you with these 2 pieces of information this time because of Jiangdudu. Since the upper realm has already intervened in the power dispute in the Chaos Sea, they must have already started looking for something. In this way, they shouldn't be far from discovering Jiangdudu. Therefore, you must grow up as soon as possible." Jiang Xi's expression turned cold, and he was extremely shocked in his heart. Although Heavenly Venerable Bluestone didn't reveal too much information to him, these words seemed to hide a shocking secret. A long time ago, Heavenly Venerable Bluestone had said that Jiang Dudu's secret was of great importance and couldn't be exposed. With Heavenly Venerable Bluestone's strength, he was ranked at the top in the entire Chaos Sea. Even Heavenly Venerable Purple Firmament and Heavenly Venerable Ming Ming couldn't see through him. Since Jiang Dudu's secret could make Heavenly Venerable Bluestone pay so much attention and be so vigilant, Jiang Xi naturally didn't let down his guard. He had always felt a sense of urgency in his heart. However, he didn't expect that Jiang Dudu's secret was actually related to the upper realm. Was it the astral realm? Or was it a power from the primordial realm? Jiang Xi didn't ask anymore. He knew that even if he asked, he wouldn't get an answer. He said respectfully, "I'll remember." Thinking about it, he said again, "Senior should know that although I obtained the 8 Clouds inheritance, due to the restrictions of the Chaos Sea's heaven and earth law, I can only look at the Heavenly Venerable Limit inheritances. However, I still know some information about cultivating eternity. It's all in this jade slip. Senior, feel free to take it." As Jiang Xi said that, he flipped his hand and took out a jade slip at the same time. However, Heavenly Venerable Bluestone didn't take it. He shook his head and said with a smile, "Consider yourself considerate. If it was the 8 Clouds core inheritance, I would need it. Unfortunately, you can only provide me with some superficial inheritance information. It's of no help to me." Jiang Xi's heart stirred. He increasingly felt that Heavenly Venerable Bluestone was mysterious and unfathomable. One had to know that he hadn't revealed the difference between the core and periphery of the 8 Clouds inheritance to the outside world. However, Heavenly Venerable Bluestone was very clear about this point, as if he had long known about the situation of the 8 Clouds inheritance. "That's all I have to say. Let's meet again next time. Grow up as soon as possible. In the future, perhaps you can help me." Heavenly Venerable Bluestone smiled. After saying that, he disappeared into thin air. Riverward still bowed, and then he stood on the spot and fell into deep thought. He was thinking about Heavenly Venerable Bluestone's strength and identity. Although the information I know about cultivating eternity is only a tiny bit, it's enough. If I were to take it out, it would definitely make those Heavenly Venerable powerhouses go crazy. However, in Senior Bluestone's eyes, it's not worth mentioning. From this, I can infer that Heavenly Venerable Bluestone should be at least a 3rd step Heavenly Venerable. I just don't know if he has reached the limits of a Heavenly Venerable. This was a very terrifying strength. This was because in the entire Chaos Sea, there were only about 10 3rd step Heavenly Venerable powerhouses. In terms of identity and origin, Jiang Xi also had a guess. This was because the 2 pieces of information mentioned the upper realm. Although Heavenly Venerable Bluestone didn't reveal the source of his information, the 2 words, upper realm, made Jiang Xi think of Qing Shuang's clan, a clan called the Qing Yuan clan. Back then, the 8 Clouds Divine General told him that before the Primordial Realm's army embarked on the final path, they left behind a force in the Primordial Realm's Chaos Sea to bring up the rear. Jiang Xi learned from the inheritance stones of the 8 Clouds Pavilion that the ones in charge of bringing up the rear were the Heavenly Feather clan and the Qing Yuan clan. However, the Heavenly Feather Divine General later betrayed them, which caused the Primordial Realm's army to fail in the end. As for the ancestors of the Qing Yuan clan, who knew how many eras ago, they fought a great battle with the upper realm. In the end, the clan's strength plummeted and they disappeared in the long river of time. They only left some traces of their existence in the Primordial Realm's Chaos Sea. For example, that battle caused 2 more forbidden lands to appear in the Primordial Realm's Chaos Sea, Mount Xianhuang and Gold Flow River. There was also that mysterious monitoring space. Qing Shuang, Bluestone, their names are so similar. Perhaps Senior Bluestone is a descendant of the Qing Yuan clan and has survived until now through some means. Jiang Xi finally made a guess, but he still couldn't confirm the answer. He understood that only when his strength met Heavenly Venerable Bluestone's requirements could he get the answer he wanted. Afterward, Jiang Xi didn't alert anyone on Earth and teleported away, returning to the Tao Alliance's heavenly court. Lord Mountain Sea. Lord Jiang Xi. Greetings, Tao Lord. Jiang Xi walked between the floating immortal palaces. Wherever he passed, the true monarchs and tribulation transcenders bowed respectfully. Race war. He looked at those magnificent palaces. Although he couldn't see the other Tao lords, he could feel a powerful aura hidden in these palaces. Now, the Tao Alliance's heavenly court was the headquarters of the Tao Alliance. Not only were there more than 20 Tao lords of the human race gathered, but there were also more than 100 Tao lords from other top races. Of these 100 Tao lords, more than 80 were originally from the Tao Alliance's vassals of the human race. As for the remaining 100, they had just joined the Tao Alliance. There were more than 200 Tao lords in total, and they were all preparing for the upcoming war. Jiang Xi. A figure wearing golden armor walked out from the distant Nine Firmaments palace. It was Tao Lord Nine Firmaments' main body. Master. Jiang Xi went forward and bowed respectfully. You came here for something? Tao Lord Nine Firmaments asked with a smile. In fact, according to the seniority between master and disciple, he didn't have to come out to greet Jiang Xi. It was just that the human race was facing a crisis, and Tao Lord Nine Firmaments was the one who controlled the entire situation. Tao Lord Nine Firmaments was the one who received the forces that took the initiative to join and organized the powerhouses of the various forces. He came out to greet Jiang Xi out of habit. Moreover, the powerhouses of the human race generally wouldn't come here to disturb Tao Lord Nine Firmaments. Since he was here, there must be something. Jiang Xi smiled. There is something good that I came to tell you, Master. Oh. Tao Lord Nine Firmaments' interest was piqued. I just received news that Celestial Venerable Lu and Celestial Venerable Lai Shan can be invited. As long as you give them these 2 jade slips and promise that there will be space for them to live in the Holy Land universe that humans establish in the future. As Jiang Xi spoke, he took out 2 jade slips. The information in the jade slips was the method to cultivate to the limits of a celestial venerable. Good, good, good. Tao Lord Nine Firmaments was pleasantly surprised. Most lone celestial venerables have eccentric personalities and are difficult to rope in. I was still worrying about how to rope in those lone celestial venerables. I didn't expect you to give me such a big gift. He laughed. By the way, where did you get the news? The personalities of lone celestial venerables are extremely secretive. It's very difficult for others to know, Tao Lord Nine Firmaments asked again. Celestial Venerable Bluestone told me. Jiang Xi didn't hide it. After all, his current strength and status were different from before. It didn't matter if these secrets were exposed. Who in the human race would dare to cause trouble for him? Celestial Venerable Bluestone. No wonder. Tao Lord Nine Firmaments nodded gently and wasn't too surprised. It's because of his existence that Celestial Venerable Purple Firmament's Skyspan Mountain River diagram couldn't monitor Earth. It wasn't until you walked out of Earth that Skyspan Mountain River diagram was able to monitor Earth again. Speaking of which, he was the one who took Earth from us humans back then. Although his tone was flat, it gave Riverward a great shock. Celestial Venerable Bluestone took Earth? What was going on? This is something that happened a long time ago and wasn't recorded. I heard it from my master, Celestial Venerable Purple Firmament. It's said that the first human in the 4th universe came from Earth. However, Celestial Venerable Bluestone suddenly appeared and took Earth from the humans, Tao Lord Nine Firmaments explained. Jiang Xi was enlightened. It was no wonder that the human powerhouses all said that Earth was the ancestral land of the Tao Alliance's humans. However, he had been a peak human powerhouse for so long, but he hadn't found any information about Earth among the humans. Grandmaster Purple Firmament was an invincible celestial venerable. How could Celestial Venerable Bluestone take Earth from him? Jiang Xi was puzzled. Back then, the human race was still very weak. My master wasn't an invincible celestial venerable from the beginning. Furthermore, my master wasn't in charge of the human race back then, Tao Lord Nine Firmaments explained. Jiang Xi nodded gently. It seemed like this was something that happened a long time ago. Celestial Venerable Purple Firmament continued, it wasn't until you walked out of Earth that my master's Skyspan Mountain River diagram discovered Earth's existence again. Only then did he discover that Earth was hiding so many secrets. Now that I think about it, if Earth was just an ordinary planet with life, Celestial Venerable Bluestone wouldn't have taken Earth away with such great fanfare. Upon hearing this, Jiang Xi completely understood the relationship between Earth and the humans of the Tao Alliance. The humans of the Fourth Universe came from Earth. However, back then, the human race was still very weak and didn't have the strength to discover the many secrets hidden on Earth. Then, Celestial Venerable Bluestone's appearance caused Earth to disappear from the human territory. Naturally, Earth's secrets were hidden as well. Earth. Jiang Xi thought to himself. He suddenly realized that he had never truly seen through this planet. At this moment, Tao Lord Nine Firmaments said to Jiang Xi with anticipation, all right, your main body should hurry up and break through to become a Tao Lord as soon as possible. Then, our human race's chances of victory will be even greater. Understood. Jiang Xi nodded with a smile, temporarily suppressing his thoughts. Becoming a Tao Lord wasn't difficult for him at all. As long as his main body refined Mount Xianhuang, he could choose to break through at any time. Soon. First released, then changed. Chapter 636. In the primordial realm Chaos Sea, Mount Xianhuang, one of the three Deadlands, had stood tall in this vast world for a very long time. Although this place was filled with danger enough to kill heavenly venerables, it was also a cultivation holy land for tempering one's body and essence spirit. Therefore, many experts of the various factions in the Chaos Sea cultivated here. Among these cultivators, Heavenly Venerate Qing Yen of the Great Sky Sacred Land was the strongest, followed by Heavenly Venerate Evil of the First Universe and Heavenly Venerate Blood Moon of the Second Universe. These three heavenly venerates cultivated here partly to improve the strength of their bodies and essence spirits, and partly to find a way to refine Mount Xianhuang. Among them, Heavenly Venerate Qing Yen had stayed here for the longest time, more than 1,000,000 epochs, but he still hadn't succeeded. On this day, Heavenly Venerate Qing Yen, who was closest to Mount Xianhuang, suddenly felt that the powerful treasure aura emitted by Mount Xianhuang seemed to have changed. Although the aura of the treasure hadn't changed and still far surpassed that of a Tier 7 treasure, he felt that something was different. Strange. Heavenly Venerate Qing Yen shook his head. Mount Xianhuang has had a few strange changes in the past tens of thousands of years. It must be the same this time. Perhaps, this is an opportunity for me to refine Mount Xianhuang. This thought flashed through his mind. Then, he began to excitedly try to refine Mount Xianhuang. Heavenly Venerate Qing Yen didn't find it boring at all. He had long gotten used to this cultivation rhythm over the years. An epoch might pass if he opened his eyes or closed them. However, he had awakened more frequently in the past tens of thousands of years, and it was all related to a human. The first time, it was a universe realm Tao Lord of the Heavenly Feather race who asked him for help. Because he owed the first sacred lord of the Heavenly Feather race a favor, he slapped that human. He didn't expect that after he attacked, that human actually succeeded in killing the universe realm Tao Lord of the Heavenly Feather race and successfully dodged his slap. Then, the 8 cloud ruins appeared and caused a stir in the Chaos Sea. However, Mount Xianhuang also had some strange changes at that time, so he didn't rush over. In the end, he discovered that the human Tao Lord who escaped from him was actually the 8 cloud inheritor, Tao Lord Mountain Sea. For this reason, he had been regretting it for the past few thousand years. He regretted not slapping Tao Lord Mountain Sea and killing him directly. Otherwise, this 8 clouds inheritance would belong to their great sky holy land. This was because the two most likely candidates to obtain Eight Clouds' legacy, other than Tao monarch Mountain Sea, was their great sky Holy Land's true monarch Hu Yu. However, there was no point in regretting. It had already happened. At the core of Mount Xuanhuang's origin space, the nine-layered mountain peak that was originally composed of white blades of light was now almost completely golden. Only the tip of the main peak was left with a bit of white. This was the final struggle of the spirit of Mount Xianhuang. Despicable human, I curse you. You will die a horrible death. The spirit of Mount Xianhuang roared. However, his voice was very soft and weak. Thank you for your curse. I will live well. Jiang Xi smiled. Then, he split out 9 more strands of his spirit sense, forming mysterious spirit sense runes. Using the 9 spirits refinement art, he forcibly refined Mount Xianhuang. Buzz, as this spirit sense rune was imprinted, the 9-layered mountain peak trembled slightly. The last bit of white also turned golden. At this moment, Jiang Xi felt a strange connection with Mount Xianhuang. It was as if this towering mountain peak that was 900 million light-years tall had become a part of his body. Human. The spirit of Mount Xianhuang was still roaring crazily with a deep sense of despair. Goodbye. With a thought, Jiang Xi erased its existence. Mount Xianhuang, this supreme treasure's origin space is yours. It should be said that it was originally yours. Now, it has returned to its rightful owner. He smiled again. Thank you, Master. The old spirit of Mount Xianhuang was pleasantly surprised. A shadow appeared on Jiang Xi's black armor with golden patterns. Then, this shadow turned into a stream of light and drilled into the golden 9-layered mountain peak. At this point, after 2,600 years, he had finally refined this powerful supreme treasure that had stood in the Chaos Sea for countless eras. However, he was still unable to fully activate this 9th-grade supreme treasure. Let's give it a try first. Boom! Riverward's immortal force, primordial spirit force, and physical strength began to circulate rapidly. It was like a burning explosion of energy that spread throughout the origin source space and eventually covered every corner of the space. Rise! He growled. This colossal object that was 900 million light-years tall floated up 1 trillion kilometers, then slowly descended another 1 trillion kilometers. It's very strenuous. It's like a child trying to swing a giant hammer. With my current strength, I can't fully utilize this supreme treasure's power. Jiang Xi shook his head. In the outside world, Jiang Xi's attempt to activate Mount Xianhuang caused the entire mountain to tremble violently. It was as if more than half of the Chaos Sea had sensed the tremors. The boundless gray mist of the Chaos Sea was like a raging sea, stirring up raging waves. Mount Xuanhuang's tremors released terrifying energy that tore open one abyssal fissure after another in the void. What's going on? Is the eternal road descending? Why does it feel like the sky is falling? The powerhouses cultivating in Mount Xianhuang felt it the most clearly. They were also the most shocked and terrified. In this chaotic situation, Jiang Xi silently teleported out of Mount Xuanhuang's origin space. No powerhouse noticed him. He was now the master of Mount Xianhuang, so he could naturally enter and exit the origin space at will without causing any commotion. Moreover, Jiang Xi had already changed his appearance and aura. With the strength of his nascent spirit, unless a third-step celestial venerable personally inspected him, no one would be able to discern his true identity. Afterward, Jiang Xi arrived at a large security area of Mount Xianhuang and blended into the group of powerhouses cultivating in seclusion. Keep. He looked at the majestic mountain peak and muttered in his heart. Boom. The powerhouses cultivating in seclusion were even more shocked. Look, Mount Xianhuang is shrinking. It's shrinking. How is this possible? Mount Xianhuang, which was 900 million light-years tall, seemed to cover the entire world. Under the watchful eyes of the powerhouses cultivating in seclusion, it rapidly shrank. In the blink of an eye, it went from 900 million light-years tall to 1 light-year tall, and then to 1 kilometer tall. In the end, it disappeared into thin air. It completely disappeared. Mount Xianhuang disappeared. It was refined by some powerhouse. This is earth-shattering news. At this moment, whether it was the extremely noble Heavenly Venerable Dark Ink, Heavenly Venerable Blood Moon, Heavenly Venerable Evil, or the Tao Lords, they were all terrified who in the entire Chaos Sea could refine this legendary supreme treasure. Then, this news quickly spread to all the major factions in the Chaos Sea in an extremely frenzied manner. Although no one deliberately fanned the flames this time, the news of Mount Xuanhuang's disappearance shocked the major factions, no less than the Eight Clouds' inheritance. From now on, the primordial realm's Chaos Sea's 3 most dangerous lands would become 2 most dangerous lands. Great Sky Sacred Land, Giant Hammer Divine Realms Divine Palace. It was originally empty. In just a moment, many powerhouses led by Heavenly Venerable Wan Luo arrived. Their faces were filled with unconcealable shock and surprise. I believe everyone already knows that Mount Xianhuang has disappeared. Heavenly Venerable Wan Luo said in a deep voice. Great Sky Supreme rarely appeared, so whenever something major happened in the Great Sky Sacred Land, Heavenly Venerable Wan Luo would be in charge. We also received the news. How could Mount Xianhuang disappear? It has stood in the Chaos Sea for countless years. Even invincible Heavenly Venerables can't forcefully take it away. How could it suddenly disappear? At this moment, no matter how high their status was or how strong their mental states were, they were still shocked by this sudden news. These powerhouses who had lived for countless eras were all shocked and in disbelief. Look, this is the scene sent by my clan's Heavenly Venerable Dark Ink. Heavenly Venerable Wan Luo pointed to the void. Whoosh! A scene appeared in the air above the Divine Palace. The scene recorded was the process of Mount Xuanhuang's disappearance. Mount Xianhuang began to tremble violently, and terrifying energy tore open abyssal cracks. Then, Mount Xianhuang rapidly shrank and finally disappeared into thin air. Without a doubt, it's obvious that some powerhouse refined this legendary supreme treasure to be able to do this, Heavenly Venerable Wan Luo said in a deep voice. Who is it? Who has the strength to do so? Back then, even the Prime said that no powerhouse in the primordial realm's Chaos Sea was qualified to refine Mount Xianhuang. Even invincible Heavenly Venerables who reached the limits of Heavenly Venerables couldn't refine it. Yes, the long years have proven that no one can refine this supreme treasure with strength alone. Amidst the clamor, the powerhouses of the Great Sky Sacred Land expressed their opinions. In the end, Heavenly Venerable Wan Luo said in a deep voice, everyone has reached a consensus. It's indeed impossible to refine Mount Xianhuang with strength alone. Countless powerhouses have tried to refine it over the endless years, but none succeeded. In fact, my clan's Heavenly Venerable also tried to refine it before he attempted the Eternal Realm, but he still failed. It's indeed impossible to refine it with strength alone. We can be sure that refining Mount Xianhuang requires a fortuitous encounter. Heavenly Venerable Wan Luo said solemnly. The Tao Lords of the Great Sky Sacred Land all nodded in agreement. I suspect that some lucky young powerhouse went to Mount Xianhuang for the first time and happened to refine it, Heavenly Venerable Wan Luo said. Young powerhouse. First time to Mount Xianhuang. Everyone fell into deep thought. It was indeed possible, and the possibility was very high. No matter who he is, as long as he can control Mount Xianhuang, he's not weak. If he can fully unleash the power of this supreme treasure, he can be called invincible. Heavenly Venerable Wan Luo's eyes flashed. Therefore, we have to investigate. We have to find out who has Mount Xianhuang. If it's a weakling, then we have a chance to seize this supreme treasure and obtain the method to refine Mount Xianhuang from him. Yes. The Great Sky Sacred Land's Tao Lords all obeyed. Soon, this ancient sacred land universe began to reveal its ferocious claws and fangs to the vast primordial realm Chaos Sea to track down the owner of Mount Xianhuang. Jun Tian Supreme was the master of the Great Sky Sacred Land, so he naturally knew the contents of this meeting. However, he didn't show himself. It wasn't that he didn't want to, but that he didn't dare. He also coveted Mount Xianhuang and had tried many times, but unfortunately, he failed every time. Back then, even though he had the strength to challenge the Eternal Realm, he still couldn't do anything to Mount Xianhuang. That's a supreme treasure from the primordial realm. Jun Tian Supreme sighed softly. Who refined it? Could it be Thousand Transformations Divine General? He was bewildered. It seemed that this was the only possibility. However, intuition told Jun Tian Supreme that there might be other secrets. This was also the reason why he didn't stop his clansmen from investigating. If it was really refined by Thousand Transformations Divine General, then the investigation would definitely fail. If not, then the Great Sky Sacred Land would naturally think of ways to seize Mount Xianhuang. However, right now, I still have to complete Thousand Transformations Divine General's mission. Although the Supreme Treasure is important, it's not as important as becoming a disciple of the Thousand Transformations lineage. Thinking of this, Jun Tian Supreme shook his head. Because some time ago, he discovered that he couldn't contact Thousand Transformations Divine General. This surprised him because the contact method was left behind by Thousand Transformations Divine General. Even if the other party was in the astral realm, he could receive his message. However, more than a month had passed, and he didn't receive any reply. Could it be that he just happened to refine Mount Xianhuang during this period of time? Jun Tian Supreme guessed, but in the end, he still didn't have an answer. Let's wait and see. Jun Tian Supreme knew the priority of the matter. The most important thing now was to destroy the fourth universe's human race. Because through this matter, he might be able to capture Tao Lord Mountain Sea and gather information about Mountain Sea Star. This was killing 3 birds with 1 stone, directly completing the mission given to him by Thousand Transformations Divine General. Those trash from the demon race and ghost race, I gave them so many 7th grade supreme treasures and even 1 8th grade supreme treasure, but they still lost. Looks like I still have to use the 3rd move. Jun Tian Supreme shook his head lightly. Thousand Transformations Divine General gave him 10 8th grade supreme treasures, but he only took out 3 and gave them to the 3 heavenly venerables of the 4th universe. The other 7 8th grade supreme treasures were, of course, secretly kept by him as the foundation of the Great Sky Sacred Land. Boom! In the endless void of the Chaos Sea, a huge existence that was covered in black scales slowly appeared. For a time, the surrounding space within countless light years turned into a world of black flames. I haven't been to the Chaos Sea for a long time. This familiar smell. If Mount Xianhuang hadn't disappeared, I'm afraid I wouldn't have come out of the Sacred Land universe even after 1,000 calamity eras. Back then, even Red Lotus Supreme of my race couldn't take Mount Xianhuang away. I didn't expect it to be refined by some powerful being. I wonder which lucky little fellow it is. I have to find Mount Xianhuang, find that little fellow, and find out how he refined and controlled Mount Xianhuang. This terrifying existence from Red Lotus Sacred Land seemed to be moving slowly, but his speed was extremely fast as he rushed toward Mount Xianhuang's original location. At the same time, the various factions of the Chaos Sea also heard the news and began to investigate who had refined Mount Xianhuang. After all, the temptation of this legendary treasure was too great for them to resist. Therefore, the entire primordial realm's Chaos Sea was once again in turmoil. First released, then changed. Chapter 637. After successfully refining Mount Xianhuang, Jiang Xi found a vortex passage closest to Universe 4 through the monitoring space left by the Qingyuan clan and rushed there. As for the great shock caused by Mount Xianhuang's disappearance, it had nothing to do with him. The heavenly pavilion changed its shape and quickly shuttled through the endless chaos gray fog. It passed through dangerous places that caused the expressions of many experts in the Chaos Sea to change. In the treasure space, Jiang Xi frowned and fell into deep thought. It will take 3 more days to rush back to Universe 4 from here. The situation shouldn't have changed much. I can take advantage of this time to familiarize myself with the fused sevenfold mountain. With a thought, a sevenfold mountain appeared in front of him. It was formed by the fusion of his treasure sixfold mountain and Mount Xianhuang. It's still at the peak of rank 9. It shouldn't be. Jiang Xi felt the treasure aura emitted by sevenfold mountain and shook his head. Master, this is the heaven and earth precepts of the Chaos Sea. I can feel that a large part of my treasure's origin is being suppressed by a domineering force. The old spirit of Mount Xianhuang, which was now the spirit of sevenfold mountain, explained the reason. Jiang Xi nodded lightly. The peak of rank 9 was equivalent to the peak of Heavenly Venerable. It was the highest level allowed in the Chaos Sea. Whether it was cultivators or treasures, they had to abide by this rule. Unless they broke this rule and broke through to the eternal realm. Then, with the explanation of the spirit of sevenfold mountain, Jiang Xi learned more about this treasure. Mount Xuanhuang's original complete state was above rank 9. However, due to that great battle, this supreme treasure had been shattered into pieces, falling from that level. Now, although he had reassembled sevenfold mountain, this treasure was still incomplete. Only when all 9 mountains are gathered can this treasure be at its strongest state. The last 2 mountains should be in some corner of the primordial realm's Chaos Sea. I'll look for it after the crisis of my race is resolved, Jiang Xi thought. Next, he began to examine the various functions of sevenfold mountain. Armor transformation. The 9th rank supreme treasure, sevenfold mountain, turned into a black and gold stream of light and attached itself to Jiang Xi's body. Then, it instantly transformed into a set of black battle armor. However, this was not the end. A part of the stream of light entered Jiang Xi's mind after circling around his primordial spirit. It turned into a golden soul armor. 9th level armor, 9th level soul armor. Jiang Xi's eyes lit up, full of surprise. Armor true treasures and essence soul true treasures were complete. With such physical and essence soul defenses, who in the entire Chaos Sea can injure me? Jiang Xi was filled with confidence. Moreover, the power of the space-time domain has also been strengthened. Then, with a thought, Jiang Xi's armor spread out an invisible wave. The surrounding space and time instantly froze. At the same time, it carried a terrifying pressure and binding force. Very strong. I wonder if he has reached the level of a celestial venerable. Jiang Xi understood that although sevenfold mountain's power was at the pinnacle of the 9th level, with his current strength, he still could not unleash the full power of this true treasure. When a celestial venerable had a miniature universe and used the space-time domain, it reflected the projection of the universe. Naturally, its power was far beyond the space-time domain of the Grotto Heaven world. After all, the diameter of a miniature universe was at least 1 trillion light-years. No matter what, if I meet a celestial venerable in the Chaos Sea in the future, I will have greater confidence. Jiang Xi thought to himself. Previously, his avatar had a short fight with celestial venerable Thousand Devil of the demon race in the original universe. However, the original universe was different from the Chaos Sea. Everyone could only unleash the combat power of a Tao Lord, so that battle could not be considered a battle with a celestial venerable. Besides, I have to break through to the Tao Lord realm as soon as possible. Between a true Lord and a Tao Lord was actually a process of accumulation. As long as one could completely master a heaven path, one could break through. Of course, it was easier said than done. It was as difficult as ascending to the heavens. To comprehend and even fully master a heaven path, one could not lack talent, comprehension, and opportunity. From this point alone, the strength of the EXP panel was reflected. With the help of the interface, Riverward had comprehended 3 complete heavenly Tao in just over 100,000 years. Then let's break through now. There was nothing to hesitate about. With his accumulation and the guidance of the 8 clouds' inheritance, breaking through was not difficult. Jiang Xi operated the various powers in his body, including Tao techniques, primordial spirit, body, secret techniques, and world power. According to the method of breaking through in the 8 clouds' inheritance, he directly broke through the bottleneck between a true lord and a Tao lord. Boom. Suddenly, there was a feeling of heaven and earth splitting that lingered in Riverward's heart. At this moment, his body and primordial spirit seemed to have been sublimated, and his life level had undergone a transition. At the same time, in the depths of the space between the 4th universe, Jiang Xi's grotto heaven world was also undergoing drastic changes. At the edge of the originally calm and peaceful world, a vortex with a diameter of more than 1 million kilometers appeared. The entire vortex appeared layer by layer, showing 5 colors and emitting monstrous pressure. At the center of the vortex was a passageway with a diameter of 100 kilometers, connecting to the land of origin of the 4th universe. Jiang Xi's avatar stood in front of the passageway with a serious expression. This is the most critical moment, devour the universe origin. In the boundless chaos sea, there was no lack of chaos fog. This was an extremely high-level energy, and so far, no great being dared to directly absorb this energy with his body. This was because this was the source of the universe origin. The 4 original universes, the 2 eternal universes, and a large number of miniature universes of celestial venerables absorbed chaos fog to transform into universe origin and expand their size. Similarly, the grotto heaven worlds of true lords and Tao lords also absorbed energy to expand, but the grotto heaven worlds absorbed universe origin. Under normal circumstances, a universe Tao lord would need to spend millions or even tens of millions of eras to expand his grotto heaven world to a diameter of 900 million light-years. That was the limit of a grotto heaven world's size. This was because the expansion of a grotto heaven world was a very long process. It was very difficult to reach a diameter of 900 million light-years. To reach the real limit, which was a diameter of 10 billion light-years, one had to have a heaven-defying opportunity. Although breaking through from a true lord to a Tao lord wasn't a heaven-defying opportunity, it was still a great opportunity. Many cultivators with a strong foundation could devour universe origin to rapidly expand their grotto heaven worlds during this process. This way, they could lay a solid foundation for their path to becoming a Tao lord. Unlike ordinary cultivators, Jiang Xi's mountain sea grotto heaven had already expanded to a diameter of 4 billion light-years by constantly integrating eternal fragments. This didn't mean that he didn't care about the opportunity brought by this breakthrough. On the contrary, he cared too much. This was because the universe origin he devoured could be transformed into experience points. Last time, when he transcended 9 tribulations in the ancient immortal world and broke through to the tribulation transcender realm, the original will of the 4th universe gave him a lot of heavenly Tao origin. And the heavenly Tao origin was a manifestation of the universe origin. In other words, 1 wisp of universe origin equals 10 trillion experience points. 1 eternal experience point equals 1 trillion experience points equals 1,000 wisps of universe origin. Therefore, Jiang Xi cared too much about this breakthrough. The breakthrough process is very short, so I must devour the universe origin as much as possible. Jiang Xi's heart was filled with anticipation as he fully activated the devouring power of the grotto heaven world. Rumble. Although the colorful vortex channel was only 100 kilometers in diameter, it was crazily devouring the universe origin from the land of the universe origin. Snake-like streams of colorful light flowed along the vortex channel and continuously poured into the mountain sea grotto heaven. Every single stream of rainbow light was a universe origin. This speed was naturally many times faster than when Jiang Xi transcended 9 tribulations in a row. Some of these universe origins directly integrated into the mountain sea grotto heaven, expanding the size of the grotto heaven world. Most of them were refined by Jiang Xi. Refine. Refine. Jiang Xi tried his best to refine the universe origins with his primordial spirit. With the strength of his primordial spirit, the efficiency of refining was extremely high. In almost an instant, he could refine a universe origin and obtain 10 trillion experience points. However, in Jiang Xi's view, this speed was far from enough. In just a moment, the vortex channel connecting to the land of origin of the fourth universe disappeared. The breakthrough process from perfected Lord to Tao Lord was over. The diameter of the mountain sea grotto heaven has reached 5 billion light-years. If I use eternal fragments to upgrade, it will probably take at least 100,000 years. Jiang Xi smiled. Previously, when he was in seclusion in the Eight Clouds Pavilion, it took him 30,000 years to increase the diameter of the mountain sea grotto heaven from 3 billion light-years to 4 billion light-years. The larger the grotto heaven world was, the longer it would take to expand. Through this breakthrough, he directly saved 100,000 years of effort. If an ordinary perfected Lord breaks through to Tao Lord, it would be good if the diameter of the grotto heaven world can be increased by 1 million light-years. Jiang Xi was very satisfied with this upgrade, which benefited from his accumulation of foundation. After all, which expert at the perfected Lord level could have a grotto heaven world with a diameter of 4 billion light-years? However, the biggest gain this time is not the expansion of the grotto heaven world. Jiang Xi glanced at the changes in the experience points panel. Cultivation, true body, desolate level Tao Lord, 1 yuan/100 yuan, clone, desolate level Tao Lord, 1 yuan/100 yuan, eternal experience points, 19183 yuan. In just a short moment, he had obtained a total of nearly 20,000 eternal experience points. If he were to hunt Tao Lords, even if he were to kill all the universe Tao Lords, he would have to kill more than 2,000 of them. This was too difficult. Previously, when the major forces of the Chaos Sea ambushed him outside the Eight Clouds ruins, it provided him with a great opportunity to hunt. It was almost impossible for there to be a next time. With so many experience points, at least it will be enough for me to use for a long time. Jiang Xi thought to himself. In the following time, Jiang Xi began to carefully comprehend his new realm and strength. At the same time, he used the experience points panel to increase his cultivation level and the level of his two ultimate techniques. Ever since he reached the perfected Lord level, he was no longer restricted by the restriction of having to refine spiritual fruits to level up. This was because before he became a perfected Lord, his body and primordial spirit could not withstand the impact of rapid leveling up. Therefore, he had to use a large amount of spiritual energy to offset that impact. After he became a perfected Lord, with his strength, he would be able to absorb the spiritual energy of heaven and earth and refine enough energy in an instant. He would no longer need to rely on spiritual fruits. In the blink of an eye, another half a month passed. Jiang Xi's true body had quietly returned to Universe 4 without causing any commotion. Only the upper echelons of the human race knew that he had returned. During this period of time, the situation in Universe 4 became more and more tense. The human race, the demon race, and the ghost race, the three peak races, were all trying their best to rope in those top races. The advantage of the human race was naturally Jiang Xi's promise that after the war, he would give them a certain amount of inheritance information. The advantage of the demon race and the ghost race was that they promised to give better conditions and more inheritance information than the human race. This was because behind these two peak races stood Jun Tian Supreme. This existence had already cultivated to the eternal realm and was not restricted by the Chaos Sea's laws of heaven and earth. He could provide more information about the eternal realm than Jiang Xi. Although Jiang Xi had the Eight Clouds inheritance, he could not see a large amount of information beyond the heavenly venerable limit. In comparison, his advantage was much smaller. Of course, no matter what, the two camps with the three peak races as the core were still gradually taking shape. The human race's camp was one side, and the demon race and the ghost race's camp was the other side. Under this undercurrent, the upcoming terrifying war was getting closer and closer. The entire Universe 4 had fallen into the terrifying oppression before an unprecedented super war. Jiang Xi, come quickly. On this day, Jiang Xi, who was also cultivating in the Tao Alliance's heavenly court, suddenly heard Tao Lord Nine Cloud's voice. His voice was very anxious. Oh. Jiang Xi immediately felt that something was amiss. This was because Master Nine Clouds was an extremely steady person. He rarely appeared in such an anxious situation. Swoosh! He immediately teleported and arrived at Nine Clouds Hall where Tao Lord Nine Clouds was. In the hall, Venerable Ming, Tao Lord Yanqing, Tao Lord Shizun, Tao Lord Sword One, Tao Lord Chang Yuan, and the other human experts also teleported over. Almost instantly, a total of 1 heavenly venerable and 23 Tao Lords of the human race, including Tao Lord Nine Clouds who was originally in the hall, arrived. What in the world happened to make Master so anxious? Riverward looked at the frowning Tao Lord Nine Firmaments. The other human experts also had solemn expressions. Everyone felt an invisible pressure. It was an intuition that something was wrong. Everyone. Tao Lord Nine Clouds looked at everyone and said in a deep voice, "The situation has just changed." What change? Nine Clouds, what happened? What's going on? All the human experts, including Ming Tianzuan, asked one after another. During this period of time, everyone had been in seclusion cultivation. Tao Lord Nine Clouds was usually in charge of controlling the situation. I just received news that a large number of top races. Tao Lord Nine Clouds said solemnly. Jiang Xi, Venerable Ming, and the others were shocked. The Tao Lords of the top races were the key to this race war. In the alliance of the human race, the demon race, and the ghost race, whoever could obtain more would have a greater advantage. Judging from Tao Lord Nine Clouds' grim expression, could it be that many top races had joined the alliance? There are a total of 194 top races, close to 10,000 ordinary races and billions of weak races. They have formed an unprecedented new faction, the Myriad Races Alliance. Tao Lord Nine Clouds said in a deep voice. The Myriad Races Alliance. Instantly, the hall was in an uproar. Jiang Xi, Venerable Ming, and the other human experts were all shocked. This was a huge change in the situation that changed the current situation of Universe 4. First released, then changed. Chapter 638. Within Nine Firmaments Palace. The human Tao Lords were shocked and puzzled after hearing Tao Lord Nine Firmaments' words. How is that possible? There are so many clans. It's too difficult to unite them. Yes, if they could form an alliance, they would have done so many eras ago. They wouldn't have waited until now. The sudden appearance of the alliance of myriad races was too shocking. There were a total of 3 peak races in the 4th universe. They were in a tripartite situation and controlled more than 90% of the entire universe. Although the 3 races were at war with each other, everyone had a tacit understanding for their own interests. They wouldn't sit back and watch a 4th peak race appear. For example, the Battle Rune race of the Purple Firmament sect in the human territory and the Ancient God race of the Tonggu continent in the Outer Realm battlefield. The Tao Lord Patriarchs of these races were once existences who had the potential to become celestial venerables. However, before they could mature, they were destroyed by the experts of the 3 races. Those top clans, close to 10,000 ordinary clans, and billions of weak clans, if they wanted to survive, they basically had to rely on stronger clans to ensure their survival. Therefore, the situation in the 4th universe had been relatively stable for countless years under the control of the 3 peak races. Moreover, although so many peak, ordinary, and weak races were scattered in various corners of the universe, they weren't harmonious. Many races had grudges between them. Let so many races form an alliance. The alliance of the human camp, the monster race, and the ghost race had never considered such a situation. After all, in such a short period of time, it was too difficult to unite the countless clans. It was almost impossible. In addition, the strength of the ordinary and weak clans was indeed very weak. As there were no Tao Lords, they were in precarious situations in the universe. They could only rely on the protection of the peak races to survive. Even if they formed an alliance, they wouldn't pose a threat to the three peak races. Naturally, everyone ignored the possibility of them forming an alliance. The real threat to the three pinnacle clans was the alliance of 194 pinnacle clans, 194 peak races. How many Tao Lords do they have? How did they do it? Jiang Xi couldn't believe it. An alliance between races wasn't something that could be settled by everyone sitting together and talking. Moreover, the alliance of myriad races involved so many races. There were grievances, disputes over interests, who had a higher status, who had a lower status, and who was the leader. These were all contradictions. It was too difficult to twist everyone into a single group. Tao Lord Nine Firmaments said in a deep voice, an external force is behind all of this. In the past, the fourth universe was under the control of the three pinnacle races, and the situation was relatively stable. Those races were not under enough pressure. And now, because the two camps were trying to rope them in, their team was being forced. Under these circumstances, there were naturally some Tao Lords who didn't want to help either side. However, they were worried that they wouldn't be strong enough by themselves. Thus, some Tao Lords began to form factions in secret. Although there were signs before, I didn't take it seriously because the scale was small. Who would have thought that in the blink of an eye, the situation would change so drastically? The small alliances would suddenly form a super alliance. Tao Lord Nine Firmaments explained the situation and said solemnly, furthermore, the leader of the Myriad Races Alliance is Patriarch Demon Heart. As soon as he said this, the expressions of the human clan experts in the hall changed slightly. Patriarch Demon Heart. He was a lone heavenly venerate of the fourth universe. He was an extremely mysterious existence who rarely appeared in the fourth universe. Among the lone heavenly venerates, Heavenly Venerate Bluestone and Patriarch Demon Heart were equally mysterious. All the factions in the Chaos Sea were wary of them. This was because they had dominated the Chaos Sea for so long and had never been defeated. They also never participated in the disputes between factions. In terms of overall strength, the newly formed Myriad Races Alliance was definitely ranked in the top 5 of the Chaos Sea. However, a mysterious existence like Patriarch Demon Heart had become the leader of the Myriad Races Alliance without any warning. There are 194 pinnacle races in the Myriad Races Alliance, and each race has at least one Tao Lord expert. In total, there are more than 600 Tao Lords. Furthermore, some of the Tao Lords in the human camp, the demon camp, and the ghost camp have left and joined the Myriad Races Alliance, Tao Lord Nine Firmaments said solemnly. Left? The human experts didn't look too good. Of course, everyone understood that vassal races were ultimately just vassals. It was impossible to make them follow unswervingly. Before this, the various pinnacle races had no choice but to make a choice when faced with the recruitment of the two camps. Although many had gritted their teeth and joined the human race, however, when some of the pinnacle races secretly formed an alliance, it was naturally easy to take away these unwilling races. Nine Firmaments, how many Tao Lords in our human camp are missing? Venerable Ming asked in a low voice. A while ago, the human camp had 192 Tao Lords. But now, including us, there are 161 left. I'm afraid there will be more Tao Lords coming to bid farewell. If they want to leave, we can't stop them. Tao Lord Nine Firmaments shook his head with a bitter smile. For a time, Nine Firmaments' palace fell silent. The atmosphere was very stifling. Jiang Xi, Venerable Ming, and the other human experts all had grim expressions. When those races had come to join the human camp, they had merely done so. Although they had received promises from the human race, they couldn't sell themselves to the human race forever. If the human race forcefully stopped them, it would probably cause an even greater storm. There's another piece of bad news, Tao Lord Nine Firmaments said. Upon hearing this, Jiang Xi, Venerable Ming, and the others smiled bitterly. There's more. There are a total of 8 heavenly venerables in the 4th universe, including Patriarch Demon Heart. 5 of them have joined the Myriad Races Alliance. Tao Lord 9 Firmaments looked at everyone with a grave expression. Immediately, everyone fell silent. If the Myriad Races Alliance only had a large number of Tao Lords, everyone could accept it. But now, the Myriad Races Alliance had actually recruited so many Heavenly Venerables at the Heavenly Venerables level. The situation was different. Even if Heavenly Venerables were limited by the laws of heaven and earth of the primal universe and could only display the combat strength of a Tao Lord, they were still invincible. One invincible expert was enough to change the outcome of a war, let alone 5. What I'm worried about now is whether they also have that many 7th-tier supreme treasures. Or even 8th-tier supreme treasures. Jiang Xi's eyes flickered as he said slowly. The moment these words were spoken, everyone's expression changed. That's right. The Fey race and Ghost race each suddenly had 10 7th-tier supreme treasures, and the 2 heavenly venerables of their race suddenly had an 8th-tier supreme treasure. Behind all of this, there was a huge mastermind behind all of this. No matter how they looked at it now, the formation of the Myriad Races Alliance was very strange. Perhaps their alliance was manipulated by the Big Black Hand then, the possibility of them having 7th-tier supreme treasures or even 8th-tier supreme treasures was very high. Wait, we can only wait now. Tao Lord 9 Firmaments sighed softly. After the formation of the Myriad Races Alliance, it's still uncertain whether they'll be friends or foes. Previously, the individual races didn't have the confidence to negotiate or make demands with the 2 major factions. But now, they're considered one of the top 5 major factions in the Chaos Sea. They're enough to influence the direction of this race war. It can be said that whichever side they join, that side will win. I believe that the formation of the Myriad Races Alliance is definitely not accidental. Especially that Patriarch Demon Heart. He never participated in the conflict between factions before. This time, he quietly became the leader of this super faction. He definitely has a request. Therefore, the Myriad Races Alliance will make a move very soon. Tao Lord 9 Firmaments regained his calm. The experts of the human race nodded in agreement. Although the situation was terrible, it wasn't to the point of being at the end of the line. If they really join the alliance of the demon race and ghost race, then don't blame me for going on a killing spree. Jiang Xi thought to himself, a cold glint flashing in his eyes. This was his main body now. In terms of strength, his main body was naturally stronger. The strength of his clone's primordial spirit was still at the level of a Tao Lord, but his main body's primordial spirit was already at the level of a first-step heavenly venerable. 8 Firmaments 2 ultimate techniques, 8 lives and cloud annihilation, target the body and primordial spirit respectively. These 2 ultimate techniques aren't just cultivation methods. They also have mysterious and powerful offensive methods. The contents of the 2 ultimate techniques surfaced in Jiang Xi's mind. The offensive method of 8 lives was to allow the body to explode with greater strength for a short period of time. Simply put, it was similar to self-destruction. It allowed the body's strength to explode in an instant. It allowed the cultivator's strength to increase by 100, 1,000, or even 10,000 times. The offensive method of cloud annihilation was to attack with the primordial spirit. It was a very simple offensive method. However, the Great Tao was simple. The simpler the method, the easier it was to cause great damage to the enemy. However, the minimum requirement to use the primordial spirit attack was that the cultivator's primordial spirit had to be at the level of a first-step heavenly venerable, therefore, his clone couldn't use it previously. Cloud annihilation means that under the primordial spirit attack, any primordial spirit that is weaker than mine will be destroyed like clouds and mist, falling into a muddle-headed state. With the strength of my first-step heavenly venerable primordial spirit, those Tao Lords won't be able to withstand my primordial spirit attack unless they have a 7th-step primordial spirit treasure. Jiang Xi's heart was filled with killing intent. He was a member of the human race. The human race was his home. If anyone dared to destroy his home, he wouldn't be merciful. Of course, this was an extreme case. If the alliance of the myriad races was willing to join the human race, it would be a good thing. This would minimize the human race's losses. After all, once the war started, even if the human race won, they would have to pay a certain price. In a desolate starry sky in the fourth universe. Heavenly Venerable Myriad Demon of the demon race and Heavenly Venerable Yen Du of the ghost race gathered here. I didn't expect these weak races to form an alliance. That damnable patriarch Demon Heart. He's the one who pushed all of this to the formation of the alliance of myriad races. He caused some of the Tao Lords who had joined our alliance to leave. There's nothing we can do to stop them or persuade them to leave. Yes, now the initiative is with the alliance of the myriad races. We can only wait and see what they're going to do after forming an alliance. That's all we can do. The alliance of the demon race and ghost race was also caught off guard. Although they suspected that Jun Tian Supreme might be behind this, they couldn't be sure since Jun Tian Supreme didn't take the initiative to contact them. Just like that, another half a month passed. The alliance of the myriad races announced to the fourth universe and the entire Chaos Sea that this super alliance was officially established. As soon as this alliance was established, it became the #1 force in the fourth universe and the top 5 forces in the Chaos Sea. Although the temporary alliance formed by the demon race and ghost race had hundreds of Tao Lords, they were still 2 forces in essence. It was a very loose camp. Compared to them, the alliance of the myriad races was different. This newly formed super force aimed to exist forever. Therefore, although there were many races, their internal structure was very stable in the fourth universe, the headquarters of the alliance of the myriad races. Whoosh whoosh whoosh, surging golden waves rolled in the starry sky. Those stars and planets were like gravel, bobbing up and down in the golden waves, not affected at all. There was a starry sky continent floating among these stars. In the sky above the starry sky continent, huge thrones spread out in a ring shape. On each throne sat or occupied all kinds of strange life forms. Flesh and blood, energy, metal, rock, plant, and so on. Many kinds of life forms emitted powerful auras. In the core, on a black and white throne, sat a young man wearing a black and gold robe with long green hair. His face was both male and female, and he was extremely handsome. His eyes flickered with specks of light. Each speck of light seemed to contain a universe. It was Patriarch Demon Heart. His voice reverberated in every inch of this space-time. Everyone, from today onwards, the alliance of myriad races is officially established. We have come together only for survival, for freedom. Even the most powerful of us here only have 9 Tao Lords. The vast majority of top-tier clans only have a single Tao Lord. If we face the human camp alone, we will naturally be very weak against the combined forces of the demon race and ghost race. If we join their camp, we will be in danger of dying, but we have to do it. And if we take such a big risk, the benefits we will get in the end will be limited. We are also a life form race, and we are also a part of the fourth universe. However, facing the coercion of the 2 camps, we don't even have the most basic freedom to not help either side and live peacefully. Who will be willing? Patriarch Demon Heart looked around. The Tao Lords all nodded. Not too long ago, they had been caught between a rock and a hard place. Although I, Demon Heart, am a heavenly venerable, in the face of this unprecedented race war, I alone can't affect the overall situation. I am not willing to accept this. Patriarch Demon Heart said in a deep voice. What are we fighting in this vast universe for? It's for the sake of getting what I want and protecting what I care about. If we can't do this, then what's the point of cultivating? Therefore, the alliance of the myriad races was established. Everyone pursues the goals in their hearts and protects what they care about the most. Patriarch Demon Heart's eyes were bright, and he was in high spirits. Let's not talk about the ordinary and weak races. Our alliance of the myriad races has a total of 5 heavenly venerables and 683 Tao lords. With such strength, even if the 3 peak races work together, they can't do anything to us. Therefore, this race war started by the 3 peak races is not a crisis, but an opportunity for us. An opportunity that can change our fate. As long as we are united, be it now or in the future, our alliance of the myriad races will stand at the peak of the 4th universe. In the future, we might even have a chance to reach eternity and become eternal existences who don't fear the dangers of the cataclysm. Patriarch Demonheart's voice rang in the ears of every Tao Lord, drawing out the desires in their hearts. They had their own goals and dreams. However, because they were weak, they didn't have the confidence to ask the 3 peak races for their conditions. They could only accept the conditions of the humans, ghosts, and monsters. But now, all they needed to do was look around at the thrones that were densely packed. When they saw the towering figures of 683 Tao lords, they were filled with confidence. With such a powerful force, he should obtain even more. Just as Patriarch Demonheart had said, it would be best if they could obtain the 8 Clouds legacy from the humans. That way, the alliance of the myriad races could establish an eternal universe and become an eternal existence in the Chaos Sea. As time flowed on, the Tao Lords who had joined the Human Alliance, the Monster Alliance, and the Ghoul Alliance began to leave and join the Alliance of Myriad Races. It didn't end until the Alliance of the Myriad Races was officially established. When the 2 factions learned of the final scale of the Alliance of the Myriad Races, they felt an even greater pressure and urgency. 5 heavenly venerables and 683 Tao lords. If this had been before the race war, they would have been able to crush the 3 peak races. After all, even the strongest race, the humans, only had 1 heavenly venerate and 23 Tao lords. In the desolate starry sky of the 4th universe, Heavenly Venerate Myriad Demon and Heavenly Venerate Yen Du's spiritual consciousnesses gathered once more to discuss the latest situation. Our 2 peak races have joined forces, together with the peak races that were originally subordinate to us. Even though many new Tao Lords have left during this period of time, we still have a few. We still have 389 Tao Lords in our alliance. Most importantly, they have 5 heavenly venerables. Even though we have many 7th grade supreme treasures, the 2 of us have 8th grade supreme treasures. But in a real battle, we still can't defeat the alliance of the myriad races. What should we do? Agree to their conditions? Heavenly Venerate Myriad Demon and Heavenly Venerate Yen Du fell silent. Not long ago, the alliance of the myriad races had come to them with conditions. The conditions were very simple. First, if they obtained 8 Clouds inheritance from the humans in the future, the contents of the inheritance had to be shared. Second, they had to give the alliance 3 7th grade supreme treasures. If these 2 conditions were met, the alliance of the myriad races would directly join the alliance. 3 7th grade supreme treasures. They really dare to ask. Heavenly Venerate Myriad Demon snorted angrily. Originally, the Yao race had obtained 10 7th grade supreme treasures from Jun Tian Supreme, but in the first battle, the humans had taken away 7. The Yao race now only had 3 7th grade supreme treasures left, but the alliance of the myriad races still dared to ask for them. They were indeed very domineering. This isn't strange. Given the same conditions, the alliance of the myriad races would definitely be more willing to join the human camp. Because once they join, the humans will definitely win, and the humans will definitely give them 8 Clouds inheritance. Therefore, they're only proposing such ridiculous conditions to us on purpose. I keep feeling that this matter isn't simple. Let's wait a little longer. They should have also proposed conditions to the humans. If the humans refuse, then it'll be much easier for us to negotiate with the alliance of the myriad races. Such ridiculous conditions can be lowered. At the same time, the human camp had indeed received the conditions proposed by the alliance of the myriad races. We humans need to discuss this properly. Once there's a result, will naturally reply, Tao Lord Nine Firmaments said. Then the alliance of the myriad races will await your reply, Tao Lord Nine Firmaments. One of them was a strange life form covered in flames. He bowed slightly, then flew out of the Tao Alliance's heavenly court. Moments later, the human experts gathered in Nine Firmaments Hall once more. It was still Tao Lord Nine Firmaments who presided over the meeting. He said directly, the emissary of the alliance of the myriad races just came. Their conditions are indeed as high as we imagined. Tao Lords break through to the heavenly venerate level and cultivate to the limits of the heavenly venerate level. They must first be given a portion before they'll join. After the war ends, we'll give them the rest. However, this is only the first situation. There's a second situation. No matter what, we must give them the 8 clouds inheritance of how Tao Lords cultivate to the heavenly venerate level. Only then will they not side with either side. Otherwise, they'll join the alliance of the Yao race and the Ghost race. After Tao Lord Nine Firmaments finished speaking, the human experts in the hall were immediately enraged. They really have guts. They really have the guts. How can they not have guts? With so many Tao Lords around, they're naturally confident. Even if they don't side with either side, they still want to ask for the 8 clouds inheritance of how Tao Lords cultivate to the heavenly venerate level. How greedy! Some of the human experts laughed angrily, some sneered, and some were filled with killing intent. However, everyone understood that they had no other choice at the moment. After all, the initiative was in the hands of the alliance of the myriad races. This superpower controlled the direction of the war between the races. We can delay this matter for a while longer. There's no need to rush to reply to them. Let's see if there's a turning point later, Tao Lord Nine Firmaments said softly. The human race was indeed unwilling to casually give away their inheritance. After all, even the simplest 8 clouds inheritance had to be shared with the experts of the alliance of the myriad races. Only when they felt that they had benefited greatly would they join the human side. However, if they could benefit greatly from it, it would be equivalent to helping them. The alliance of the myriad races was powerful to begin with. Once they obtained a portion of the inheritance, they would probably become even more powerful. The only good news now is that Heavenly Venerate Lu and Heavenly Venerate Lai Shan haven't left. They are indeed experts who keep their promises, Tao Lord Nine Firmaments added. Jiang Ci, Heavenly Venerate Ming, and the other human experts nodded as well. This was really the only good news. With these 2 heavenly venerates around, the situation facing the human race would not be as bad as imagined no matter what. Chapter 639. The power structure of the 4th universe gradually became clearer. The human camp. There were a total of 3 heavenly venerables. They were Heavenly Venerate Ming, Heavenly Venerate Lu, and Heavenly Venerate Lai Shan. Although a portion of the Tao Lords had left, there were still 156 of them left. Among them, Jiang Ci and Tao Lord Nine Firmaments were invincible Tao Lords in the primal universe. The alliance of the demon and ghost clans. There were a total of 2 heavenly venerables. They were Heavenly Venerate Myriad Demon and Heavenly Venerate Yen Du. A portion of the Tao Lords had also left. However, they were the alliance of 2 pinnacle races and had brought many vassal races with them. In the end, there were only 389 Tao Lords left. The Myriad Races Alliance. There were a total of 5 heavenly venerables. They were Patriarch Demon Heart, Heavenly Venerate Sanchi, Tao Lord Jade Soul, and other lone heavenly venerables. There were a total of 683 Tao Lords. In terms of overall strength, they absolutely crushed the first 2 camps. Even though the human camp and the alliance had different amounts of 7th grade and 8th grade supreme treasures, they could not compete with the number of experts of the Myriad Races Alliance. Moreover, who knew if the Myriad Races Alliance did not secretly hide any 7th grade or 8th grade supreme treasures? The current situation was that whichever side the Myriad Races Alliance joined would win. They could control the situation of this war. Human Territory, Tao Alliance Heavenly Court. The Myriad Races Alliance, the Alliance. Tao Lord Nine Firmaments stood in front of the palace railings and looked at the endless galaxy. His eyes were filled with worry. They are all waiting for the human race's reply. They are all vainly trying to obtain more information about the inheritance. How can one become a heavenly venerate? How can one cultivate to the limit of a heavenly venerate? If these inheritances are really given to them and spread, it would be equivalent to telling all the major factions about the Eight Clouds' inheritance. If we do that, what's the point of Jiang Xi fighting desperately for the inheritance in the Eight Clouds' ruins? Tao Lord Nine Firmaments was indeed very troubled. Jiang Xi had already told the upper echelons of the human race that the source of the changes in the fourth universe and the crisis of the human race was not within this universe. Instead, it was in the primal realm's chaos sea, the two sacred grounds, and the upper realm. Of course, these were only the hidden dangers. As long as these human powerhouses did not leave the fourth universe, the many forces in the chaos sea would not be able to threaten them. The human race only needed to solve the crisis within the fourth universe. With the Eight Clouds' inheritance, even if they did not go to the chaos sea for a short time, they could become more powerful. By then, they would not need to fear the various forces in the chaos sea. However, the problem was that the crisis in front of them was not easy to solve. Since they knew about the emergence of the Myriad Races Alliance, it was very likely that they were manipulated by the hand behind the scenes. In that case, it was not hard to guess that the alliance of 10,000 races might also have a large number of 7th grade and 8th grade supreme treasures. With such a large number of experts and so many 7th grade and 8th grade supreme treasures, it was impossible for the human camp to win. Are we really going to give them the legacy information? Tao Lord Nine Firmaments shook his head. No one would be willing to do that. Based on what Jiang Xi could see, the Eight Clouds' legacy could be divided into two parts for humans. The first part was a system of training from low to high, which would allow the race to more efficiently produce Tao Lords. The second part was the method to allow Tao Lords to cultivate to the heavenly venerate level, as well as the information regarding the legacies that would allow them to reach the heavenly venerate level. Now, what the alliance of 10,000 races wanted was the second part. With the help of the Eight Clouds' inheritance, the human race might be able to produce close to 1,000 Tao Lords in the future. However, there were close to 700 Tao Lords in the alliance of 10,000 races now. With such a large base, once the alliance of 10,000 races received the cultivation guidance, they might be able to produce more celestial venerables, or even one or two invincible celestial venerables. In that case, the Eight Clouds' inheritance that Jiang Xi had risked his life to obtain would be taken advantage of by the other races. After all, the human race would need a long time to benefit from the Eight Clouds' inheritance. As long as the alliance of 10,000 races obtained it, they would be able to benefit from it. In that case, I might as well fight to the death. The other races won't be able to get anything at all. Tao Lord Nine Firmament's eyes were filled with determination. At most, we'll implement the Tinder plan. The human elites will enter tomorrow Venerable's miniature universe, and the high-level great beings will enter the ancient Tao source world. We'll lay low for a period of time. When the human race is strong enough, we'll take back our original territory and even occupy the entire fourth universe. Of course, Tao Lord Nine Firmaments understood that this was the last resort. The situation hadn't reached that stage yet. The so-called United Camp and the alliance of 10,000 races couldn't keep their great beings together forever. At that moment, a figure suddenly appeared in the winding corridor below, interrupting Tao Lord Nine Firmament's thoughts. It was Jiang Xi, dressed in black armor. Shua. Master. Jiang Xi stepped in front of Tao Lord Nine Firmaments and bowed. Has your realm stabilized? Tao Lord Nine Firmaments chuckled, hiding his previous worries. He knew that Jiang Xi had recently broken through and had officially become a Tao Lord. Unfortunately, if this had happened before the alliance of 10,000 races appeared, Jiang Xi's breakthrough would have brought about a great turning point in this war. Now, Jiang Xi's strength alone couldn't change anything in the face of the alliance of 10,000 races. Yes, it's stabilized. Jiang Xi nodded, then asked, Master, I saw that you seemed a little troubled just now. Are you worried about the upcoming final war? Tao Lord Nine Firmaments didn't hide anything and sighed. How can I not be troubled? The alliance of 10,000 races is a huge variable. It's like a thorn stuck in the throat of our human race. It hurts to swallow it, and it hurts to spit it out. Then what do you mean, Master? Jiang Xi asked. You risked your life to obtain the 8 Clouds' inheritance. It's the hope of our human race's future. If we agree to their request, wouldn't it be letting them off too easily? Tao Lord Nine Firmaments snorted coldly. Why don't we fight to the death and use the bright universe and the ancient Tao origin world as our foundation? Moreover, if anyone dares to destroy our human race's territory, the higher-ups of our human race can also attack their territory. It's better than letting them off too easily. Tao Lord Nine Firmaments was filled with killing intent. Jiang Xi nodded slightly and made up his mind. He then smiled. Master, I have an idea. An idea? Master, my true body is stronger than my avatar, and I have a primordial spirit attack mystic art. This mystic art can target the primordial spirits of Tao Lords and cause them to fall into a daze. Jiang Xi gave a simple explanation of the primordial spirit attack techniques in Cloud Extinguisher. Tao Lord Nine Firmaments' eyes lit up, but then he frowned. Once the battle begins, it's very unlikely that hundreds or thousands of Tao Lords will gather together. The range of your primordial spirit attack shouldn't be too large, right? Indeed, it isn't large. Jiang Xi nodded and smiled. That's why we need to give them a reason to gather together. If the battle begins, I can face them alone. That way, it's very likely that they'll gather together. Tao Lord Nine Firmaments shook his head repeatedly. That's not advisable. Let's not talk about whether or not the alliance of 10,000 races will join the alliance. Even if the alliance of 10,000 races joins the alliance, you won't be able to withstand their combined attack. Don't worry, Master. I'm confident. Jiang Xi smiled confidently. Confident? Master, do you still remember Triple Mountain? Are you talking about the incomplete supreme treasure with the ability to transform into armor? That's right. There's something I haven't told you. Actually, Triple Mountain is a part of Mount Xianhuang. I've already refined Mount Xianhuang by chance. After transforming into armor, this supreme treasure has reached the peak of Tier 9. It has both the functions of an armor supreme treasure and an primordial spirit supreme treasure. Therefore, even if 1,000 Tao Lords attack me, they won't be able to hurt me. Jiang Xi said confidently. Tao Lord Nine Firmaments was stunned. He stared at Jiang Xi with wide eyes, unable to calm down for a long time. For the usually calm Tao Lord Nine Firmaments, it was rare for him to be shocked for such a long time. This. Tao Lord Nine Firmaments shook his head and calmed down after a long time. Although the situation in the fourth universe was tense, the humans were still paying attention to the situation in the Chaos Sea. Therefore, he naturally knew about the disappearance of Mount Xianhuang not long ago. But he didn't expect that it was his disciple who did it. Mount Xianhuang was one of the 3 most dangerous lands in the Chaos Sea. It had stood in the Chaos Sea for a long time. Everyone knew that it was a legendary supreme treasure and wanted to refine it. Over the endless years, even the 2 supremes had failed, but now, his disciple had succeeded. Jiang Xi played it down and said that he refined it by chance. What kind of opportunity was that? I don't understand you anymore. Tao Lord Nine Firmaments sighed. Ha, I'm me. I'm Jiang Xi, Tao Lord Mountain Sea of the human race. I'm Master's disciple. Jiang Xi laughed. Alright, since you're so confident, we'll follow your plan and launch a counterattack. Tao Lord Nine Firmaments laughed. Master, the situation might be better than we expected, Jiang Xi said. Yes, let the Myriad Races Alliance choose whether to help us or the Alliance. Tao Lord Nine Firmaments nodded. Previously, he had been hesitating. After all, if they fought to the death, the development of the human race would definitely be very slow in the future. They would have to endure for a long time. The Tinder plan was definitely the worst plan. And although Jiang Xi's plan was crazy, he could fight hundreds or even thousands of Tao Lords alone and an unknown number of heavenly venerables. But this was the primal universe. Even if heavenly venerables were invincible, it would be difficult for them to break through Jiang Xi's defenses. Therefore, this crazy plan could still be realized. Afterward, Tao Lord Nine Firmaments gathered the upper echelons of the human race to discuss this matter. Together with Heavenly Venerable Ming, he found Heavenly Venerable Purple Firmament in the Skyspan Mountain River diagram and discussed it. In the end, everyone agreed to the plan. Since that was the case, let's do it. Let's have a great battle. In the headquarters of the Myriad Races Alliance, a huge astral continent floated in the starry sky covered by golden waves. In the sky above the astral continent, more than 600 thrones were gathered. Each of them emitted a powerful aura. When these 600 auras gathered together, the power produced caused the surrounding spacetime to distort. The Tao Lords of the Myriad Races Alliance had been waiting for the humans' reply. Just now, the human emissary had come to reply. We humans are willing to bestow upon you the legacy information of Tao Lords cultivating to become heavenly venerables. This is the limit of what we can agree to. Whether you accept it or not, there is no need for further discussion. If you accept it, join our side and fight against the combined forces of the monsters and ghosts. The human emissary's reply was very straightforward. Whether you accept it or not is up to the Myriad Races Alliance to decide. This reply caused the 5 Heavenly Venerables and 683 Tao Lords of the Myriad Races Alliance to gather together and begin a discussion. This is the humans' reply. Everyone present should know. Even if there are a few who don't know, I'm sure you'll understand after speaking with the other Tao Lords. Even so, what should we choose? Everyone, tell us. The humans are too arrogant. They don't take our Myriad Races Alliance seriously at all. Right now, in the entire 4th universe, our Myriad Races Alliance is the strongest. Without our help, they'll definitely be defeated. What exactly is the humans relying on? Given the current situation, how dare they be so arrogant and leave no way out? They're courting death. Immediately, some of the more irascible Tao Lords began to roar. Ever since the Myriad Races Alliance had been established, they felt that their status in the 4th universe had changed. They were no longer the races that needed to rely on peak races to survive, but the powerful Myriad Races Alliance. They were certain that the humans would definitely ask them for help, so they were filled with confidence. But this time, the humans' reply had greatly exceeded their expectations. These experts who had just turned the tables were naturally enraged. At this moment, not only were there Tao Lords roaring angrily, but there were also some Tao Lords conversing in secret. Kushinyu, what is your faction thinking? What are they thinking? Actually, for us Tao Lords, becoming heavenly venerables is what we need the most right now. As for becoming a peak heavenly venerate, that's too far away from us. In our Myriad Races Alliance, the ones who want to become peak heavenly venerables the most are probably the 5 heavenly venerables. If it's just us, the humans' offer is actually enough. I think so too. But the 5 heavenly venerables definitely won't agree so easily, especially Patriarch Demon Heart. That's right. There are also some fellows who were once bullied by peak races and are now bursting with confidence. They think they're amazing now and are standing on Patriarch Demonheart's side. The 5 heavenly venerables led by Patriarch Demonheart sat atop the 5 black thrones at the very top, expressionless as they watched the many Tao Lords debate. Patriarch Demonheart swept his gaze across the densely packed figures and sneered in his heart. The Myriad Races Alliance seems enormous, but in truth, there are many factions within it and it's very chaotic. Some races have life and death grudges against each other. It's only because of the pressure from these 2 factions that they agreed to form an alliance. Some of these factions are too radical and overconfident. Some are cowardly and still look up to peak races like they did in the past, not daring to offend them. Some are calm, some are crafty. Patriarch Demonheart mused to himself, if I want the humans to hand over the legacies for reaching peak heavenly venerables, I'll have to make them all listen to me. I'll have them all stand on my side on this issue. Tao Lords had incredibly long lifespans, and this matter was of utmost importance. There were many factions within the Myriad Races Alliance, and some of them hated each other. Not even Patriarch Demonheart was able to control the arguments. After half a month of arguing, no one was able to come to a consensus. This sort of situation was a reflection of the various factions within the Myriad Races Alliance, as well as the hidden threat of power struggles. Aside from myself, there are 4 other heavenly venerables and so many Tao Lords. Quite a few of them are quite ambitious. The Myriad Races Alliance is such a powerful organization that there must be quite a few people who want to take control of it. Patriarch Demonheart very rarely expressed his opinions and had been quietly observing the situation this entire time. However, the other celestial venerable, Empyrean Threefold, would often express his opinions and try to mediate the disputes between the factions that were too intense. All of you are correct, but you have to think about it. The humans once gave birth to an invincible figure like Empyrean Violet Firmament. They have an innate pride that is ingrained in their very bones. Now that their Tao Lord of the mountains and seas has acquired the legacy of 8 clouds, it's only natural that he'll become incredibly ambitious. How could they possibly hand over such an important legacy so easily? Empyrean Threefold said slowly. As soon as he said this, the Tao Lords who had been arguing with each other earlier all nodded. Most of their anger had dissipated. Patriarch Demonheart looked at the smiling Empyrean Threefold and thought to himself, it's time to have a chat with the humans. The internal debate within the Myriad Races Alliance continued. At the same time, in the human territories, the Tao Alliance's heavenly court. Zhang Ci. Master. Zhang Ci met with Tao Lord Nina Firmaments. Return to Earth right now. The leader of the Myriad Races Alliance, Patriarch Demonheart, has sent a clone to descend upon Earth, Tao Lord Nina Firmaments instructed. Descend upon Earth? Zhang Ci frowned slightly. Patriarch Demonheart has come alone to negotiate with us humans. Right now, the Tao Alliance's heavenly court has gathered a large number of experts from the human camp. He's unwilling to reveal his identity, so he's come alone to negotiate. I feel that he has the intention of helping us humans, Tao Lord Nina Firmaments said with a smile. Master, you mean to say that he doesn't represent the Myriad Races Alliance, but himself? Zhang Ci began to understand. That's right. Tao Lord Nina Firmaments nodded gently. All right, I'll go meet him. Zhang Ci immediately used the teleportation array to return to Earth. Earth was as peaceful as ever. This time, the war between the races of the fourth universe was completely between the pinnacle experts. It didn't affect the countless ordinary living beings on the life-bearing planets. On the wide streets of Earth, one could see warriors dressed in battle armor everywhere. There were also many universe merchants who were discussing business along the way. Skycut District. A figure dressed in long black and gold robes stood in front of the gates of the Skycut District in Pak Sun Province. At present, no one lived in the Skycut District. This was because this district had an extraordinary significance. The legendary human expert, Zhang Ci, had once lived here. Thus, the places where Zhang Ci had lived, including Apricot Garden, had all become sacred places and forbidden zones on Earth. There were warriors guarding them, and no one was allowed to trespass. However, this figure dressed in long black and gold robes stood there. The passers-by, as well as the guards, couldn't see him at all. "Father, is this Jiang Xi's home?" "Yes, this is Jiang Xi's home. Haven't you been clamoring to come to Earth to see the greatest leader of our lineage? This time, I've spent a lot of money to apply for a place to enter Earth. When we return to Chang'e planet, you have to train hard in the dojo." "That's for sure, father. I also heard that Jiang Xi was born in the distant era of the Spirit Qi revival. At that time, Earth had many dilapidated cities and dangerous wilderness areas. I want to go and take a look too." "Don't worry, we have enough time on Earth this time. We can see many scenic spots." A group of father and son with black hair, black eyes, and yellow skin looked at the sky-cut district in the distance. After talking for a long time, they left. This kind of scene was very common. Many people came to visit every day. Early in the Spirit Qi revival era, Jiang Xi had already become a legendary figure on Earth. After the lineage of Earth entered the universe and reintegrated into the human race of the Tao Alliance, the people of Earth who wandered the universe benefited greatly because of Jiang Xi. This made them even more grateful and revered Jiang Xi. Now that tens of thousands of years had passed, almost everyone on Earth knew that Jiang Xi was one of the most powerful beings in the entire human race. Patriarch Demon Heart. A voice sounded. The figure dressed in long black and gold robes also turned to look. A young man dressed in black armor walked over unhurriedly from the bustling crowd in the distance. The people around him couldn't see him, as if he was in another dimension. On this street, many people of Earth who had come from distant galaxies to see the traces of Jiang Xi's growth had no idea that Jiang Xi was walking past them. Jiang Xi. Patriarch Demon Heart smiled. "Here, calling you Jiang Xi should be more cordial than calling you Tao Lord of the Mountains and Seas, right? If you're a friend, it doesn't matter what you call me. If you're an enemy, calling me Tao Lord of the Mountains and Seas is more appropriate." Jiang Xi was neither servile nor overbearing. "Ha, that makes sense." Patriarch Demon Heart laughed. "However, since you've chosen to meet here, it seems that you want to be friends with me?" Jiang Xi raised his head and glanced at the Skyspan district, which hadn't changed for tens of thousands of years. "I want to see how the most rapidly rising and talented young legendary expert of the human race rose to prominence. I want to see what kind of environment gave birth to him," Patriarch Demon Heart said with a smile. His face was extremely handsome, and he looked like both a man and a woman. Although he was in human form, he was actually a special life form known as the Nightmare Tree. He didn't have any gender differences. Jiang Xi laughed as well. He was willing to listen to such pleasant words. Patriarch Demon Heart suddenly turned serious. He looked at Jiang Xi and said solemnly, "Jiang Xi, my purpose for coming here is very simple. Now, not only are the Fae and Ghost factions paying attention to this war, but also the final choice of our Myriad Races Alliance. Even many factions in Chaos Sea are paying attention. It can be said that whichever side the Myriad Races Alliance chooses to side with will definitely win." Jiang Xi nodded gently. Patriarch Demon Heart continued, "But now, the Myriad Races Alliance is divided. A portion of them wants to join the human race. Some want to join the human race, while the other wants more information about the legacy. I'm the second group. I only have one purpose for coming here this time. You humans are to pass on the information about the Eight Clouds legacy that allows one to cultivate to the limits of the heavenly Venerate realm." His words were very direct and straightforward. Riverward revealed a trace of a sneer. "Don't be in a hurry to refuse," Patriarch Demon Heart said with a smile. "I'm only here to represent myself. In other words, I'm the only one who knows the legacy information you humans give me. I won't pass it on to any other expert of the Myriad Races Alliance. Moreover, I'll guide the experts under my control to make the Myriad Races Alliance join your side." "You mean?" Jiang Xi understood. Chapter 640. Yes, that's what I meant. The inheritance information you humans gave to the entire Myriad Races Alliance is still what you promised. As for those who cultivate to the limits of the Heavenly Venerate level, just give me one and I'll help you humans. Right now, the Myriad Races Alliance is divided into two factions, and I still have a lot of influence in the second faction. If I help you, this stalemate will soon end, and the Myriad Races Alliance will join your side. Furthermore, I'm not stupid. After I obtain it, I naturally won't pass it on to other experts. Wouldn't that be nurturing enemies? Patriarch Demonheart stared into Jiang Xi's eyes. What do you, or your human race, think? Jiang Xi was tempted. If he only passed on the experience of cultivating to the limits of the Heavenly Venerate level in the Eight Clouds legacy to Patriarch Demonheart, he wouldn't be worried. Unless Patriarch Demonheart was truly stupid, he wouldn't have to worry about him passing it on to others. Just by passing it on to him, I'll be able to exchange it for 683 Dao Lords. Jiang Xi calculated in his heart. Although the crazy plan he had prepared was powerful, it was also very risky. It wasn't that he would be in danger, but that he might not be able to kill so many Dao Lords at once. After all, with the strength of his primordial spirit, the range of his primordial spirit attack from Cloud Extinguisher was limited. Once the crazy plan failed, the war would be in the worst possible situation. But if the Myriad Races Alliance joined the human side, then there would be no risk at all. Wait a moment, Jiang Xi said. At the same time, Jiang Xi's spiritual consciousness entered the Skyspan Mountain River painting and met with Venerable Ming and Dao Lord Nine Firmaments. That's his request. Give him the information of cultivating to the limits of the Heavenly Venerate level in the Eight Clouds legacy, and he'll help us. Jiang Xi briefly recounted the conversation. Venerable Ming, Master, what do you think? He finally asked. Just him. Venerable Ming pondered. Right now, there are two voices in the Myriad Races Alliance. One is willing to join us, while the other is unwilling and wants more. Patriarch Demonheart is the leader of the second voice. If he helps us, the Myriad Races Alliance's opinion will be unified. It's fine to just give him one. Dao Lord Nine Firmaments nodded in the end. A powerhouse at the limits of an Empyrean won't be able to affect the bigger picture in the primal universe. The inheritance information we give him can be as brief as possible. He doesn't know what kind of inheritance we have. Even if we tell him that this is what we got, what can he do? Venerable Ming smiled. Jiang Xi also nodded. They were the three titans of the human race. After a brief discussion, they all felt that the price of 683 Dao Lords joining them was a deal that they could agree to. Moreover, we gave him a portion before the war and another portion after the war, Jiang Xi said with a smile. Give him a portion before the war to make him envious. After the war, give him another portion. Even if he feels that the latter portion is too simple, the war is already over. So what if he regrets it? Yes. Yes. That's it then. You can agree to his request. The three of them quickly came up with a plan. Dao Lord Nine Firmaments had even contacted Heavenly Sovereign Purple Firmaments once and received her approval. Firstly, it was only for one person. Secondly, even if Patriarch Demonheart received a brief inheritance information, it would be very difficult for him to cultivate to the limits of a Heavenly Venerable. Earth. The human race has already discussed and agreed to this deal. Jiang Xi looked at Patriarch Demonheart. Patriarch Demonheart heaved a sigh of relief and smiled. Before the war, the human race will give you 1/3 of the inheritance information. If the Myriad Races Alliance joins the human camp to fight, we will give you the other 2/3 after the war. Sure. When will you give me the first 1/3? Very soon. All right. When I receive the first 1/3 of the inheritance information, I will quickly urge the Myriad Races Alliance to join the human camp. Patriarch Demonheart nodded. The deal was very straightforward. There was no need to beat around the bush. The human race did indeed obtain a portion of the inheritance information on the same day and handed it to Patriarch Demonheart. After reading it, he was immediately excited. Just this portion of the information was enough to move him. This made Patriarch Demonheart look forward to the remaining 2/3 even more. However, he had to wait until the war was over. The upper echelons of the human race were also waiting anxiously. It's been so long. Now that Patriarch Demonheart has received the inheritance information, he won't refuse to help us, right? Don't worry. Patriarch Demonheart spent so much effort to create the Myriad Races Alliance and become its leader. Isn't it all for the inheritance to cultivate to the limits of the Empyrean level? He definitely won't give up the remaining 2/3 of the inheritance information. Even so, Jiang Xi, Venerated Ming, and Tao Lord Nine Firmaments were still worried that something unexpected would happen. After all, the Myriad Races Alliance was a superpower with many powerhouses. Even with Patriarch Demonheart's help, there was no guarantee that they would succeed. Half a month passed quickly. Patriarch Demonheart finally sent news. The Myriad Races Alliance has reached a consensus. They have decided to join the human camp. The human camp's powerhouses were gathered in the Tao Alliance's heavenly court. The monster and ghost camp's gathering point was in the Dark Origin Mystic Realm. The Dark Origin Mystic Realm was an extremely dangerous mystic realm in the fourth universe. It was located in the star field where the monster and ghost territories intersected. At this moment, there was an enormous temple floating in the air above the Dark Origin continent within the mystic realm. Nearly half of the peak powerhouses of the fourth universe were gathered within the temple. They were together, enjoying fine wine and delicacies. If it weren't for the Myriad Races Alliance, our combined strength would be nothing compared to the puny humans. The Myriad Races Alliance? They're so loose. They've only come together because of the pressure from the other two camps. Once this war is over, just wait and see. They'll definitely be embroiled in internal strife by now. They'll be no match for us at all. If we work together, we'll have many 7th grade treasures and the 8th grade treasures of the two celestial exalts. We'll definitely be able to unleash our full power. Even if the Myriad Races Alliance and the human camp join forces, we still have a chance at victory. Right. These vassal Tao lords who had joined the dire monster and the ghost race were all chatting amongst themselves. They talked about the war between the races, the Chaos Sea, and other powerhouses. Just as they were chatting happily, Celestial Exalt Allfiend and Celestial Exalt Yen Du suddenly stood up at the same time. Everyone. Celestial Exalt Allfiend's voice was filled with anger. All the alien Tao lords in the hall turned their gazes towards him. What is it? What's going on? Why are the Celestial Exalts so angry? Celestial Exalt Yen Du said in a low voice, "We just received word that the Myriad Races Alliance has reached a consensus and decided to join the human camp." What? Join the human camp? Not good. The alien Tao lords all turned pale. Although they had been chatting, none of them were fools. As Tao lords, they were no fools. Prior to this, they had been confident in their ability to defeat the human camp. However, if the Myriad Races Alliance really did join forces with the human camp, their chances of victory would be far, far lower. Celestial Exalts, we need to move out right away. No, we need to move out right now. A Supreme Universe Tao Lord in beast form let out a low growl. The other alien Tao Lords all looked towards Celestial Exalt Allfiend and Celestial Exalt Yen Du. There's no time for that. Let's join forces. We need to move out right away and attack the core regions of the human race. Right. Let's move out right away. The Myriad Races Alliance has only just reached a consensus. They probably haven't received any of the legacies the humans have given them yet. Let's take advantage of the fact that they haven't joined forces and attack the core regions of the human race, the Tao Alliance's celestial court. The battle between the two camps will only last for a short period of time. By the time the Myriad Races Alliance arrives, the battle might already be over. Speed is paramount in war. Let's seize every second we have. Virtually all of the alien Tao Lords in the hall came to the same decision. All of them understood that if they waited until the Myriad Races Alliance and the human camp joined forces, this battle would become very difficult to win. This battle was filled with many variables. Only by ending the battle as quickly as possible would they be able to eliminate all of them. We have to move quickly. We have to end this battle as quickly as possible. Celestial Exalt Allfiend and Celestial Exalt Yen Du exchanged a glance. They were frantic as well. They knew that once the Myriad Races Alliance came to a decision, they would immediately head towards the Tao Alliance's celestial court. Given the speed of Supreme Tao Lords and the use of teleportation arrays, they would probably arrive soon. Thus, it would be far too difficult for them to end the battle before the Myriad Races Alliance arrived. However, they had to do this. This was the only way they could possibly win. Let's go. Let's go. Let's go. The experts in the hall immediately sprang into action. Naturally, they moved quite quickly. A flying treasure that looked like a palace and a flying vessel simultaneously appeared in the Tenebrous Secret Realm. These two treasures belonged to Empyrean Allfiend and Empyrean Yen Du respectively. They each led close to 200 Tao Lords. What we need to do in this battle is to attack the Human Tao Alliance's celestial court. Then, we'll work together to crush the human camp and wipe out their remaining forces. Everyone, for the sake of our race, for the sake of our future. Let's go to the Human Tao Alliance's celestial court. As Empyrean Allfiend's voice echoed throughout the hall, the two flying treasures of the Allied camp simultaneously teleported away. The reason the Allied camp hadn't taken the initiative to attack was because they were waiting for the Myriad Races Alliance to make a decision. After all, if they attacked the humans before the Myriad Races Alliance had made a decision, the Myriad Races Alliance would definitely be furious. If the Allied camp did so, the Myriad Races Alliance would lose all of their benefits. They would probably quickly join the human camp. They had been afraid of forcing the Myriad Races Alliance to join the human camp and thus hadn't dared to act. Now that the Myriad Races Alliance had made a decision, they naturally didn't need to worry about such things. At the same time, in the human territories, the Tao Alliance's celestial court. Within Ninafirmament's palace, the human experts were all gathered here, chatting and laughing with each other. Now that the situation had taken a turn for the better, they felt much more relaxed. The Myriad Races Alliance has already agreed to join us. Soon, they'll all arrive. Once they do, we'll definitely win this battle. The Monster and Ghost Alliance will have no chance of victory at all. Ha! Everyone was waiting for the 5 Empyreans and hundreds of Tao Lords of the Myriad Races Alliance to arrive. Will the Allied camp receive word of this and seize this opportunity to attack us? Tao Lord Longwall suddenly asked. Instantly, the hall fell silent for a moment. Probably not. This was the decision of the highest echelon of the Myriad Races Alliance. Only the Tao Lords and above know of this, as it concerns their personal interests. They immediately notified us as soon as they made their decision. Would they be so stupid as to notify the Allied camp? Unless they had no intention of receiving the legacy at all. Tao Lord Flamespeak laughed. Almost as soon as he finished speaking, not good. Tao Lord Ninafirmament's face turned pale as he suddenly called out, "Assemble immediately. All Tao Lords, assemble immediately. Prepare for battle." His voice rumbled, echoing throughout the entire Tao Alliance heavenly court. All of the 100+ Tao Lords in the human camp heard him. Within the hall, the faces of Jiang Ci, Empyrean Bright, and the other human experts turned pale as well. They knew that the situation was dire. Tao Lord Nina Firmaments said with a grave expression. Through the skyspan diagram, Empyrean Violet Firmament discovered that the Monster and Ghost Alliance have already set up a large-scale teleportation formation and are hurrying towards our human territory. Given their speed, they'll arrive here soon. We don't have much time left. All of the experts in our human camp must assemble immediately. Jiang Xi, if the situation looks bad, we'll carry out your crazy plan for now. Understood. Jiang Xi nodded. Swoosh. 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 One figure after another began to appear within the hall. They were the alien Tao Lords who had joined the human camp. When Jiang Xi saw this, he wasted no time. With a wave of his hand, a 9-storied pagoda rapidly expanded to stand tall within the hall. At this juncture, he no longer cared if he would expose Skyspan Tower. Moreover, given his current strength, there was no need for him to hide anything. He could use all of his methods without worry. Jiang Xi shouted, "This is the Tier 7 flying treasure, Skyspan Tower. Everyone, please enter and prepare for battle." All right. A Tier 7 flying treasure. Hurry up and enter. The alien Tao Lords were shocked, especially those who had just joined the human camp. They had never seen such a high-grade treasure before. This boosted their confidence. As long as they hid within the Tier 7 flying treasure, they would be unafraid of almost all of the enemy's attacks. If they could not hold on during the battle, they could hide within the treasure. At the very least, they would be able to preserve their lives. Whoosh! 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 The alien Tao Lords transformed into streaks of light and flew into Skyspan Tower. Once everyone had entered, Tao Lord Nina Firmaments heaved a sigh of relief. No matter what, the preparations had been made. They were ready to fight at any time. Then, he sent a voice transmission to the 100-odd Tao Lords in Skyspan Tower. "Everyone, the alliance of the demons and ghosts has suddenly attacked. They should be here soon. The alliance is far stronger than us, but don't worry. I have another piece of good news for everyone. The Myriad Races Alliance has agreed to join the human camp. We just need to endure for a while and we'll be able to win this battle. The Myriad Races Alliance is joining as well. Ha, don't worry. We promise to fight to the death." The 100-odd alien Tao Lords spoke one after another. They were already tied to the human camp and naturally would not back down. What do we need to do now? At that moment, 2 more figures appeared in the hall. One was an elf girl in green robes. The other was a special life form, Fire Spirit Mountain. Although he was in human form, his body was covered in a layer of rock that emitted red flames. These two were Heavenly Venerable Lu and Heavenly Venerable Lai Shan. "Wait!" Heavenly Venerable Ming said in a deep voice. "That's right. Senior Lu, Senior Lai Shan, you just need to be ready to attack at any time," Jiang Xi said. "All right." Heavenly Venerable Lu and Heavenly Venerable Lai Shan did not say anything else. At the same time, Tao Lord 9 Firmament's voice echoed throughout the entire heavenly court. "All tribulation transcenders and true monarchs, immediately leave through the teleportation platform." Instantly, the servants and immortal soldiers in the heavenly court began to evacuate in an orderly manner upon hearing this order. In less than a minute, they had all left the heavenly court through the southern heavenly gate's teleportation platform. "Let's set off as well," Tao Lord 9 Firmaments ordered. "Let's go." Jiang Xi and the others nodded. Next, apart from Jiang Xi, Tao Lord 9 Firmaments, Heavenly Venerable Ming, Heavenly Venerable Lu, and Heavenly Venerable Lai Shan all flew into Skyspan Tower, more than 6,000 light-years away from the heavenly court. 2 flying treasures belonging to the alliance of the demons and ghosts suddenly teleported over. "We're already close to the heavenly court of the human Tao Alliance. We'll arrive after teleporting once more. Everyone, prepare for battle." Heavenly Venerable Myriad Fiend's cold voice echoed throughout the starry sky. Whoosh! The two flying supreme treasures silently disappeared from this part of the starry sky again. In the next moment, they appeared in the heavenly court of the Tao Alliance, shrouded in dense immortal qi. Floating islands floated in the sky. The heavenly court had been bustling with activity, but now it was deserted. Only a single 9-story tower stood above the countless palaces. Why isn't there a single human here? It's empty. There are no living beings. We can't even find outsiders. As soon as they arrived, Celestial Venerable Myriad Fiend and Celestial Venerable Yen Du were shocked to discover that the core area of the Human Tao Alliance seemed to have become a land of death. Not a single living being could be found. This was the situation they had been most worried about. That 9-story tower should belong to Tao Lord Mountain Sea. It appeared in the 8 cloud ruins before. Celestial Venerable Myriad Fiend's gaze landed on Skyspan Tower. I remember that the news from the 8 cloud ruins said that this tower was suspected to be a 7th grade flying treasure, Celestial Venerable Yen Du said in a low voice. A 7th grade flying treasure might be sturdy, but we can still shake it. What I'm afraid of is that our attacks won't be able to defeat them in a short period of time. Celestial Venerable Myriad Fiend snorted angrily. That's what I'm afraid of. If they continue to hide like this, they'll be able to stall until the Myriad Races Alliance arrives. Celestial Venerable Yen Du was worried as well. Damn it. Damned humans. How did they know we were on the move? We were so fast. They should have been caught off guard. The alien Tao Lords of the allied factions were furious as well. Let's attack first. I refuse to believe that 2 Celestial Venerables and 389 Tao Lords working together won't be able to shake this tower. Celestial Venerable Myriad Fiend growled. Attack! Wipe out the humans. Crush the human faction. Instantly, the experts in the 2 flying treasures of the Monster Clan and the Ghost Clan began to use all kinds of powerful attacks. Countless secret arts took form, each of them enormous and emanating terrifying auras that covered an area of 100 light-years around the heavenly court of the Tao Alliance. The target of their attacks was the 9-story tower. Boom! 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 Attacks that blotted out the skies came crashing down upon the tower at almost the exact same moment. Whoosh! Stellar rivers exploded as the heavens and the earth rumbled. Countless spatial fragments surged out from the void, forming chaotic streams of space. The extravagant palaces and immortal islands of the Tao Alliance's heavenly court were all shattered and transformed into dust. Buzz! 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 Those powerful secret arts wanted to pierce through the barriers of the treasures and attack the experts of the human faction. In the end, when everything finally calmed down, the Heavenspan Tower remained completely unscathed. They withstood it. How is that possible? So many of us joined forces. That attack just now was backed by 4 7th grade offensive treasures. They definitely should have been able to pierce through the barriers of the flying treasures and injure or even kill the Tao Lords inside. Celestial Venerable Myriad Fiend, Celestial Venerable Yen Du, and the other experts of the allied factions were all shocked and in disbelief. Their all-out attacks hadn't been able to cause any damage to the human faction at all. All they had done was destroy the Tao Alliance's heavenly court. However, even if they destroyed 10,000 Tao Alliance heavenly courts, it would be useless. So long as the human experts were still alive, given how wealthy the humans were, they would be able to instantly rebuild one. Within the treasures of the Heavenspan Tower, the experts of the human faction all let out sighs of relief. If they had been outside, half of them would have perished under the terrifying attack that had covered the sky and earth. The allied factions had nearly 400 Tao Lords in total, after all. The human faction, however, only had 100 or so Tao Lords. The difference in power was simply too great. Fortunately, they had managed to block it. Only Jiang Xi had a calm look on his face. Others didn't know how powerful the Heavenspan Tower was, but as the owner of the treasure, he naturally did in the primal universe. Even if 10 times or 100 times the number of enemies came, they still wouldn't be able to breach the Heavenspan Tower. If that's the case, then all we need to do is wait. Wait for the alliance of myriad races to arrive. Lord Ninafirmaments glanced at Jiang Xi, finding it increasingly difficult to understand this disciple of his. This 9-story pagoda was another powerful supreme treasure unknown to the human race. Chapter 641. At the same time, in the headquarters of the Myriad Races Alliance, above the starry sky continent surrounded by golden waves. The 683 Tao Lords and 5 heavenly venerables of the Myriad Races Alliance were all sitting on those thrones. They had just come to a consensus and were waiting for the inheritance information of the Tao Lords that the humans had promised. Patriarch Demonheart sat on the highest black throne with a smile on his face. He was very pleased with himself. I used the Myriad Races Alliance's power to force the humans. Then, I secretly contacted the humans and asked for the inheritance. After some planning, I easily obtained the inheritance information of the peak heavenly venerables. Thinking of this, Patriarch Demonheart became even more pleased with himself. In fact, ever since Jiang Xi obtained 8 Clouds' inheritance, Patriarch Demonheart knew that there was bound to be a great upheaval in the 4th universe. The increasingly powerful humans would have more and more conflicts with the other races in the 4th universe. There might even be a huge storm. Therefore, from then on, he began to secretly make arrangements to befriend the Tao Lords of the top races. The Tao Lords of the top races were inferior to the peak races. They naturally wanted to befriend heavenly venerables. Therefore, Patriarch Demonheart quickly set up a huge network of connections. However, what surprised him was that the Demon Clan and the Ghost Clan would suddenly start a war without any warning. According to his estimation, it would take at least 1,000,000 years, or even an epoch, for the war to break out. However, he didn't think too much about it and immediately set out to establish the Myriad Races Alliance. What surprised him even more was that the process of establishing the alliance was surprisingly smooth. It seemed that there were no obstacles at all. The Myriad Races Alliance was established with 194 top races as the core. Patriarch Demonheart could guess that the forces of the Chaos Sea must have interfered. After all, the news that the humans in the 2nd and 3rd universes were almost wiped out had already spread. As a heavenly venerate, he naturally knew this news, so it wasn't difficult to guess the connection behind it. You want to wipe out the humans in the various universes? It has nothing to do with me. The authority of the alliance of 10,000 races is useless to me. I only seek freedom and true immortality. Patriarch Demonheart was filled with ambition. He was a heavenly venerate who didn't like to participate in the disputes between factions. He didn't like power this time. He established the alliance of 10,000 races just to use it as a bargaining chip to exchange for the inheritance information he needed from the human race. Now that the alliance of 10,000 races had reached a consensus and decided to join the human race, he had achieved a small part of his goal. He had already obtained 1/3 of the inheritance information for cultivating to the limits of an Empyrean. As for the other 4 heavenly venerates, Patriarch Demonheart had only taken out a small portion of the original 1/3 in order to keep them in check. This was more than enough. He would definitely make a profit. At this moment, Patriarch Demonheart was holding a communication bead, waiting for a message from the human race. He had obtained the inheritance information he wanted, but the other experts of the Myriad Races Alliance had not. Only after the other experts acquired the legacies on how to break through from the Tao Lord level to the Empyrean level would they be considered to have truly joined the human alliance. At this moment, a message came from the communication bead. The smile on Patriarch Demonheart's face grew even wider. But in the next moment, it disappeared, replaced by a solemn and furious look. He swept his gaze across the crowd and shouted angrily, "Everyone, just now, we've reached a consensus. But now, the allied forces of the monster race and the ghoul race have actually reached the heavenly court of the human Tao Alliance." His angry shout reverberated through every inch of space in the entire astral continent. The many Tao lords who had been chatting and laughing were instantly dumbfounded. Why would the allied forces suddenly attack? We just came to an agreement. This is too much of a coincidence. Who was it that spread the news? Didn't they know that doing so would cause us to lose the inheritance information we were about to obtain? Who leaked it? The Tao lords were instantly enraged. The angriest of all was Patriarch Demon Heart, because this could very well ruin his plans. Clearly, one of us must have leaked the news. Patriarch Demon Heart's cold gaze swept across the many Tao lords present. This is destroying the hopes of all Tao lords for breaking through in the future. This is unforgivable. Of course, perhaps one of us accidentally leaked the information while chatting with a disciple or a friend. There's no need to fuss over this for now. The human alliance is relying on the might of the Supreme Treasure to resist the allied forces' attacks. Therefore, the situation hasn't worsened. What we need to do now is immediately head to the human territory and join the human alliance. Patriarch Demon Heart made a prompt decision. Agreed. Agreed. Let's head out right now. None of the experts present can be missing. Anyone who doesn't go will be suspected of leaking the information. Some of the Tao lords were furious that their hopes of breaking through to become celestial exalts had been destroyed. They looked at everyone as though they were the ones who had leaked the information. Soon, 5 flying supreme treasures emanating powerful auras appeared in the skies above the astral continent. Immediately afterwards, an enormous teleportation array appeared out of nowhere and teleported them away. Although they were an alliance, the internal strife between the various factions was quite severe. Some of the top-tier clans had mortal enmity with each other and were naturally unwilling to stay together. Thus, they had split into 5 squads. Each squad had more than 100 Tao lords and was led by a lone celestial exalt. One could imagine how powerful such an enormous organization was. The human territory. The Tao Alliance's celestial court. A 9-story tower towered in the void. Off in the distance, 2 6th-grade supreme treasures were scattered. The Tao lords within them were wildly attacking with abandon. The earth-shattering momentum caused the void to turn into a spatial torrent that crashed onto the heavenly tower with a rumble. Whoosh! Boom! 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 Although the skypiercer was trembling slightly, it seemed to have taken root and remained standing in the void. It wasn't sent flying. This caused the experts of the Alliance to feel extremely stunned. We have so many Tao lords, 2 celestial exalts, and 4 7th-grade supreme treasures. Even with such a powerful alliance, we still aren't able to send that 9-story tower flying. Can it be that the 100+ Tao lords of the human alliance are all helping to stabilize that flying supreme treasure? This 9-story tower is controlled by Tao Lord Mountain Sea. He received the 8 Clouds legacy. Indeed, all sorts of strange things can happen. Perhaps this is one of the techniques of the 8 Clouds legacy. It seems we'll have to fight a war of attrition. Once the Myriad Races Alliance arrives, we'll be in trouble. No matter what, we can't give up on this battle. Even if it isn't for the legacy, we can't just watch as the humans grow stronger. We've joined forces. If we let the humans roam free and unfettered, that would be a huge joke. Some of the experts of the Alliance were furious, while others were helpless. Soon, the attacks came to a halt. They knew very well that continuing to attack like this would be a waste of energy. Within the supreme treasure space of Skirich Tower. Send Skirich Tower flying. Jiang Xi's expression was calm. Even if they were in the Chaos Sea and a third-step celestial exalted was unable to do anything to Skirich Tower, these Tao lords were nothing. Let's wait. Once the Myriad Races Alliance arrives, we'll win. Tao Lord Nine Firmaments said softly. Jiang Xi and the other experts of the human race nodded gently as well. This was especially true for Jiang Xi. He knew very well that although Skirich Tower was unshakable, it was still restricted by the laws of heaven and earth of the primal universe. He was unable to unleash its full power. Be it supreme treasures or living beings, they all had to abide by the laws of the limits of Tao Lords. Without the help of the Myriad Races Alliance, the alliance of the Yao and Ghoul races could completely trap Skirich Tower and the Human Alliance forever. To be precise, the alliance had close to 400 Tao Lords. They only needed to leave behind 70 to 80% of their experts to suppress the Human Alliance. As for the other Tao Lords, they could take turns and head to the Chaos Sea to increase their strength at any time. They could also take away the territory of the human race and restrict their development. Under such circumstances, the alien Tao Lords who had joined the Human Alliance would probably not be able to hold on. They might even leave the alliance directly. This way, the Human Alliance would become weaker and weaker until they had no power to resist. If that's really the case, then I can only resort to a crazy plan. The only problem was that this plan was too risky. If it failed, they would not be able to wipe out the alliance's strength and would not have a second chance. At that time, the human race would still be in great danger. Jiang Xi looked through Skirich Tower at the two flying supreme treasures that were far apart in the starry sky outside clearly. The Yao and Ghoul races were also very cautious and did not gather together. That's why it's up to the Myriad Races Alliance. With their participation, the Human Alliance will have a great advantage. Jiang Xi thought. Oh. At this moment, Jiang Xi, Tao Lord Nine Firmaments, Celestial Venerable Ming, Celestial Venerable Lu, Celestial Venerable Lai Shan, and the other Tao Lords in Skirich Tower sensed the spacetime ripples outside and immediately grew excited. The two flying supreme treasures of the Tao Alliance's celestial court were like war fortresses that had become incomparably large. However, they were very far apart from each other. They're here. The Myriad Races Alliance has arrived. The experts of the Yao and Ghoul Races Alliance sensed the spacetime ripples as well. Their expressions changed. Swoosh swoosh swoosh. Suddenly, 5 flying supreme treasures of different shapes appeared out of nowhere in the starry sky, each emanating a towering aura. Clearly, the experts of the Myriad Races Alliance had intentionally spread this aura in order to show off their might as the strongest power in the fourth universe. Humans, we've arrived. We'll decide the outcome of this battle. Loud laughter and roars rang out from the 5 flying supreme treasures one after another, echoing throughout the starry sky. Myriad Races Alliance, please act quickly. We'll join forces and repel the alliance. Tao Lord Nine Firmaments responded on behalf of the Human Alliance. No rush. Tao Lord Nine Firmaments, don't be hasty. You humans haven't given us the inheritance you promised. According to our agreement, you'll give us a portion before the battle, and another portion after the battle. Now, please take out a portion of the inheritance. We'll examine it and verify it. Once we've verified it, we'll naturally help you. Otherwise, it'll be difficult for us to act. Yes, that's the principle. Take out a portion of the inheritance first. The leaders of the various factions within the Myriad Races Alliance all said the same thing. Jiang Xi, Venerated Ming, Tao Lord Nine Firmaments, and the other human experts exchanged glances, then nodded. Soon, everyone gathered in the sky-piercing mountain and river diagram. Within the mountain-river diagram, there was a stone table floating in the starry sky. Jiang Xi, Venerated Ming, and Tao Lord Nine Firmaments sat on one side. On the other side were the 5 celestial venerates of the Myriad Races Alliance and the representatives of the various factions. Due to the human race's permission, their spiritual senses could also enter the sky-piercing mountain and river diagram. This is a fair trade. Now that we haven't seen the inheritance, the Myriad Races Alliance won't help us for free. Patriarch Demonheart laughed. According to our agreement, before the battle, you'll have to provide us with a portion of the inheritance that allowed Tao Lords to become celestial venerates. Now, please allow us to view that portion of the inheritance. Only then can we confirm that you aren't fooling us. Only then will we agree to join you and help you deal with the allied faction. Celestial Venerate Sanchi said in a low voice. Everyone, there's no need to worry. The inheritance has been prepared long ago. You can view it now. Tao Lord Nine Firmaments nodded. All right. That's good. The experts of the Myriad Races Alliance all spoke out. Then let's begin. Everyone, take a careful look. We humans never cheat. Tao Lord Nine Firmaments laughed. Immediately after, he displayed the portion of the inheritance he had prepared in the starry sky. All sorts of runes, diagrams, and other things flowed in a mysterious manner in the starry sky. The heavenly venerates of the Myriad Races Alliance, as well as the Tao Lords who were the leaders of the factions, looked over seriously and studied it carefully. Even Patriarch Demonheart was watching curiously. Although he was already a heavenly venerate, he was still muddle-headed when he broke through to become a heavenly venerate. He had no systematic experience at all. Upon seeing this, Jiang Xi, heavenly venerate Sanchi, and Tao Lord Nine Firmaments exchanged glances and nodded slightly. They were filled with confidence. This was especially so for Jiang Xi. This was the inheritance information he had meticulously prepared. Although it was much simpler and had omitted many important points, it was still within the Myriad Races Alliance. However, no matter what, this was chosen from the vast number of inheritance stones in the Eight Clouds inheritance. No matter how simplified it was many times better than the inheritances of the various factions in the Chaos Sea. In the entire Chaos Sea, only the two sacred grounds might have inheritances that allowed one to break through from Tao Lord to Heavenly Venerate. The other factions were all trying to cross the river by feeling their way through. They did not know the correct way to become a Heavenly Venerate. Jiang Xi believed that the inheritance information he had compiled would definitely leave any Tao Lord stunned. Furthermore, they would be filled with desire for the remaining inheritance information. Therefore, he was not afraid that the Myriad Races Alliance would not help the human race. There's a lot of information. Even with the strength of a Tao Lord's essence soul, it will take a while to finish reading it all, Jiang Xi sent a voice transmission. Then let's wait a little longer. We're all in Sky Piercer Tower now. The Alliance can't do anything to us. There's no harm in waiting a little longer, Tao Lord Nine Firmaments said with a smile. Once the Myriad Races Alliance joins us, we'll definitely win this battle. Heavenly Venerate Sanchi was also smiling. The three of them were not the only ones waiting. The other experts in the human camp were also waiting anxiously. Time passed by the minute and second. Instead, it was the experts of the Fae and Ghost factions who were getting impatient. Why is there still no movement? Are we just going to wait here? Don't be anxious. Previously, when the Myriad Races Alliance made their decision, we immediately took action. Therefore, they probably didn't have time to obtain the inheritance information from the human race. Now that they're here, they must have seen the inheritance information before deciding whether to join us. I expect that they're currently analyzing the information, Empyrean Demoness said. We absolutely can't act rashly right now. If we attack in advance, there's a very high chance that we'll enrage the Myriad Races Alliance and push them towards the human camp. Empyrean Yendu nodded as well. Can it be that the two Empyreans believe that the Myriad Races Alliance still has a chance of joining us? A Tao Lord asked boldly. The chances are slim, but if we attack now, there'll be no hope. Let's wait a little longer. There might be a chance, Empyrean Demoness said. The other alien Tao Lords all exchanged glances. They had already calculated many times. It was impossible for the Myriad Races Alliance to join them. A chance? There's still one more chapter to go. Chapter 642. The Tao Alliance's celestial court was the core of the human domain, and the human domain was the core of the fourth universe. It could be said that this was the central region of the fourth universe. At this moment, the cosmos was extremely quiet. 8 colossal objects stood there quietly. They were the Skypiercer Tower of the human camp, the 2 flying-type true treasures of the allied camp, and the 5 flying-type true treasures of the Myriad Races Alliance. All of them were filled with Tao Lords and above. More than 90% of the Tao Lords of the fourth universe and almost all of the celestial venerables were gathered here. Each of them had the power to destroy spacetime with a flip of their hand. They could easily establish a powerful top-tier race. And now, they were all gathered here for a great battle. This battle would affect the future of the fourth universe and change the power structure of the entire universe. I'm done. I'm done. I'm done as well. The 5 flying-type true treasures of the Myriad Races Alliance leaned against each other. The representatives who had been sent out to check the legacy information didn't communicate within the Skypiercer diagram. Instead, they communicated with their spiritual senses outside. We've studied this part of the inheritance information. Everyone, tell us, what do you think of the inheritance information? A deep voice sounded. It's all right. It's somewhat useful. It's a so-so. This is the 8 clouds legacy that all the major powers of the Chaos Sea are going crazy over. Why is the legacy information for becoming an celestial venerable so simple? It's too ordinary. A few of the 5 celestial venerables of the Myriad Races Alliance shook their heads. Most of the leaders of the various factions shook their heads as well. Some were disdainful. Everyone, make your decision. Do you choose to join the human camp now, or do you choose to support me? The deep voice continued. Celestial Venerable Sanchi, do you even need to ask? I support you. Ha, everyone knows what to choose now. Celestial Venerable Sanchi, you are the most suitable leader of the Myriad Races Alliance. Of course, you have to keep your promise. Celestial Venerable Sanchi, the legacy information you provided us is even more detailed than the humans. We naturally support you. Yes, the legacy you provided greatly increases our chances of becoming celestial venerables. We support you. The leaders of the various factions of the Myriad Races Alliance were surprisingly united in their opinions. Exalted Celestial Trinity sent a mental message. Alright, then let's follow the second plan we came up with. We'll continue to make requests of the humans. If they agree, we will join the human race. If they still don't show any sincerity, then everyone should know what to do, right? Understood. Let's follow this plan. The leaders of the major factions of the Alliance of 10,000 Races and the 3 Heaven Venerables on their own answered. They had already discussed this. The plan that Celestial Lord Sanchi had come up with was very harsh for the human race. However, it was absolutely in line with the common interests of the Alliance of 10,000 Races. Of course, they would not object. After all, only an alliance with the same interests would be the most united and stable. Inside the Skyspan Mountain River diagram, in front of the stone table in the starry sky. Jiang Xi, Venerated Ming, and Tao Lord 9 Firmaments were all looking at the experts of the Myriad Races Alliance, waiting for their reply. I will represent the Myriad Races Alliance, a heavenly venerable with 3 heads and a body covered in blue snake scales suddenly spoke. Jiang Xi and the other 2 were all surprised. However, the leader of the Alliance of 10,000 Races, Patriarch Demon Heart, was rather taken aback. He hurriedly turned to look at the other heavenly venerables and the leaders of the various factions. That's right. The Alliance of 10,000 Races is now represented by Celestial Lord Sanchi. That's right. Celestial Lord Sanchi is our leader. The other experts of the Alliance of 10,000 Races all spoke out. Patriarch Demonheart's expression instantly turned very ugly. His true body in the real world immediately sent a mental message to the Tao Lords under his command, wanting to understand the situation. In truth, Patriarch Demonheart had noticed when Celestial Lord Sanchi and the other experts had been communicating through their spiritual senses. However, those experts hadn't spoken to him mentally, so he didn't know what they were talking about. In addition, spiritual sense communication was fast to begin with. It was settled in just a few seconds. Although he was puzzled, he didn't have the time to ask any questions. Celestial Lord Sanchi had suddenly said that he represented the entire alliance of 10,000 races. Patriarch, we indeed all have Celestial Lord Sanchi as our representative. Lord Celestial, I'm very sorry. This involves our own interests. After the negotiations are over, we'll explain the situation to you in detail. Patriarch, the Tao Lords who had been close to him all said the same thing. Patriarch Demonheart was instantly filled with anger. However, there was nothing he could do. After all, these Tao Lords were his foundation in the alliance of 10,000 races. They were also the group of Tao Lords who had the best relationship with him. At the same time, Jiang Xi, Celestial Lord Ming, and Tao Lord Nine Firmaments exchanged glances within the Skyspan Mountains river diagram. They also realized that Patriarch Demonheart and the other heavenly venerables hadn't spoken out against it. Clearly, the alliance of 10,000 races truly was represented by Celestial Lord Sanchi. Celestial Lord Sanchi. Tao Lord Nine Firmaments smiled. Please speak. We've already seen the information you gave us regarding your legacies. Celestial Lord Sanchi's three heads looked at the three human experts. Then, he said in a cold voice, unfortunately, we're not satisfied. The faces of Jiang Xi, Celestial Lord Ming, and Tao Lord Nine Firmaments all changed. Not satisfied? Jiang Xi frowned. He had personally organized this information. It was definitely information that would make all the major factions in the Chaos Sea envious. How could the alliance of 10,000 races not be satisfied? Celestial Lord Sanchi, what do you mean? Tao Lord Nine Firmaments remained calm. Just this information alone isn't worth the risk for our alliance of 10,000 races. If you really want the alliance of 10,000 races to join, show us your sincerity and give us more detailed, and richer information regarding your legacies. Celestial Lord Sanchi said coldly. More? Riverward and the other two exchanged glances. At the same time, they secretly communicated with each other. They're raising the price. They're certain that we humans have a favor to ask of them, so they're asking for more. Tao Lord Nine Firmaments sent a voice transmission. Greed is a bottomless pit. Even if we give them more detailed legacies, they'll think that we have more that we haven't taken out. They'll probably continue to extort us, Celestial Lord Ming added. Jiang Xi, do you think the information we've given them is enough? Tao Lord Nine Firmaments asked. It's definitely enough. Any more and it'll shake the foundation of our human race's future development, Jiang Xi said solemnly. The three discussed for a while, then came to a decision. They looked at the representative of the alliance of 10,000 races. Tao Lord Nine Firmaments said, this is the most detailed information we can provide. If you want more, I'm sorry, but we don't have it. If your alliance of 10,000 races is willing to help us, we'll naturally take out the other half once the war is over. You really don't have it? Celestial Lord Sanchi frowned. No. Tao Lord Nine Firmaments shook his head. Jiang Xi frowned as well. The alliance of 10,000 races had suddenly raised the price at such a critical moment. It was indeed quite displeasing. If that's the case. Celestial Lord Sanchi turned to look at the other three Celestial Lords beside him, as well as the leaders of the various factions. They all nodded slightly. The information you humans have given us is too crude. It's not worth the risk. Celestial Lord Sanchi said coldly. You're too greedy. Tao Lord Nine Firmaments said solemnly, suppressing his anger. Don't go overboard. Celestial Lord Ming snorted coldly. Jiang Xi only sneered. Of course, there's another solution. Celestial Lord Sanchi did not care about the attitude of the three powerhouses of the human race. He continued, we don't need any more inheritances, but if you, Tao Lord Mountain Sea, he stared fixedly at Jiang Xi. If you're willing, swear on the 8-cloud inheritance mark that after the war ends, accompany me to the Great Sky Holy Land. Our alliance of 10,000 races can also join the human camp. Celestial Lord Sanchi finally revealed his true motive. That's impossible. Don't even think about it. Tao Lord Nine Firmaments and Celestial Lord Ming shouted coldly at the same time. There's no room for discussion. Jiang Xi shook his head. The dagger was revealed. It seemed that everything behind this was caused by the Great Sky Holy Land. And behind the Great Sky Holy Land was the enemy of the upper realm, which was the Star Realm. Otherwise, it was impossible for the Great Sky Holy Land to know about the existence of the 8-cloud inheritance mark. Therefore, he would not be foolish enough to agree to this request. Go to the Great Sky Holy Land. That was courting death. In that case, let's meet on the battlefield. Let's go. Celestial Lord Sanchi stood up. The other experts of the alliance of 10,000 races also stood up. Although Patriarch Demonheart's expression was ugly, he also stood up. Whoosh whoosh whoosh. The experts of the alliance of 10,000 races disappeared one after another, their spiritual senses leaving the Skyspan Mountain River diagram. In front of the stone table, only the three powerhouses of the human race and Patriarch Demonheart were left standing. Patriarch Demonheart had already taken the inheritance that allowed him to cultivate to the limits of the heavenly venerate level. Now, he could neither sit nor leave. His face was filled with awkwardness. Demonheart, what's going on? Celestial Lord Ming asked him. That's not what we agreed on previously. Riverward also spoke up. Patriarch Demonheart smiled bitterly. Wait a moment. Let me understand the situation first. The alliance of 10,000 races had 5 flying supreme treasures. One of them belonged to Patriarch Demonheart. Everyone, what's going on? Patriarch Demonheart looked at the Tao Lords in the supreme treasure space. These were all Tao Lords that he had made friends with. They were also one of the reasons why he had enough power to speak in the alliance of 10,000 races. A rock life-form giant said in a muffled voice, Lord Demonheart, we are friends, but we also want to become stronger. Only by becoming stronger can our respective races have a higher status in the fourth universe. Especially after becoming celestial venerates and having their own miniature universes, our races will have a true foundation. So, you can't blame us for this. Speak. What's going on? Patriarch Demonheart growled. He didn't want to hear this nonsense. A Tao Lord from another top-tier race sighed. It's like this. Previously, when the alliance of 10,000 races was arguing about whether or not to join the human race, there were many disputes. Celestial Lord Sanchi gave us part of the inheritance that allowed Tao Lords to become celestial venerates without telling you. He said that if the human race gave us a more detailed inheritance, we would still be able to help the human race. If not, we would help the alliance deal with the human race and force Tao Lord Mountain Sea. That's what happened. We don't know where Celestial Lord Sanchi got the inheritance from. But the inheritance he gave us is more detailed and rich than the human race's. In terms of value, it's more than 10 times higher. The inheritance that the human race gave us is simply too crude. Lord Demonheart, what do you think we should choose? The Tao Lords in the true treasure space all looked at Patriarch Demonheart. Patriarch Demonheart smiled bitterly, full of helplessness. I see. Patriarch Demonheart shook his head gently. Combined with the request that Celestial Lord Sanchi had made to Jiang Xi, he knew that Jun Tian Holy Land was behind all this. No wonder Celestial Lord Sanchi had helped him so enthusiastically when he was planning to form the alliance of 10,000 races. No wonder the alliance of 10,000 races was established so smoothly without any obstacles or disputes. His goal was to use the alliance of 10,000 races to obtain the inheritance that allowed one to reach the limit of celestial venerate from the human race. And Jun Tian Holy Land behind him was also helping him to form the alliance of 10,000 races. For top clans like us, what we seek is survival, what we seek is strength. The inheritance information given by Celestial Lord Sanchi far surpasses that of the human race. We can't sit back and watch the human race become stronger. If they become stronger, they will definitely squeeze our living space. Moreover, it will definitely be easier for us to join the alliance in this battle. The price we pay will also be the smallest. There are many considerations, be it from the present, the future, or the benefits we can obtain. Patriarch Demon Heart, you should understand our choice. The alien Tao Lords who were close to Patriarch Demon Heart were all quite calm and collected. Their conversation ended quickly. Inside the Tongtian mountain painting, Patriarch Demon Heart sighed softly. He looked at the three powerhouses of the human race and said, behind Celestial Lord Sanchi should be the Jun Tian Holy Land. He took out an inheritance that was 10 times more detailed than yours. That's why many experts of the alliance of 10,000 races sided with him. 10 times? Jiang Xi's expression changed slightly. This Jun Tian Holy Land was really ruthless. He thought that the inheritance information he had sorted out was already very good, enough to make many factions in the Chaos Sea jealous. But he did not expect that the Jun Tian Holy Land would be willing to take out an even better inheritance. Jiang Xi understood that even if he knew now, there was nothing he could do. That was because he could not take out a better inheritance. Otherwise, it would really be raising a tiger to invite calamity. That would shake the foundation of the human race's future development. If he really took out a better inheritance, given the huge number of races in the alliance of 10,000 races, a large number of Tao Lords and Heavenly Venerates would definitely be born quickly. At that time, the human race's situation would be even more dangerous. Moreover, at this point, it was useless to say anything. Celestial Lord Sanchi was here for him. Asking for more inheritance was just a pretense. I didn't do well this time. However, since I obtained a portion of the inheritance information you gave me, I won't take part in this battle. Patriarch Demon Heart sighed softly. Then, he left the heaven-connecting mountain river painting. Jiang Xi, Venerable Ming, and Tao Lord Nine Firmaments watched him leave and did not stop him. They understood that if they agreed to give the other 2/3 of the inheritance information on cultivating to the limits of an Empyrean, then Patriarch Demon Heart should still stand on the side of the human race. However, in the face of this kind of massive number of powerhouses, an Empyrean powerhouse that could only unleash the combat strength of a Tao Lord would have no impact on the overall situation at all. Whether they kept him or not, it was no use. Let's fight to the death. Tao Lord Nine Firmaments, who had always been calm, had a crazed look in his eyes. Our human race will never compromise. Venerable Ming snorted angrily. Master, Venerable Ming, looks like we can only go along with this crazy plan. Jiang Xi was filled with killing intent. Chapter 643. Within the space controlled by Patriarch Demon Heart within one of the 5 flying treasures of the Myriad Races Alliance. Lord Demon Heart, it's our fault this time, isn't it? Please forgive us. Patriarch, Empyrean Sanchi can bring tremendous benefits to every single one of us, which is why we're listening to him for now. Once this battle is over and we receive the legacy information from Empyrean Sanchi doesn't have the right to be our leader at all. You're the one who can convince the masses of the Myriad Races Alliance. Yes, we still support Lord Demon Heart. A large group of Tao Lords on Patriarch Demonheart's side comforted him. They knew that Patriarch Demonheart was very displeased with their sudden change of sides. These Tao Lords had all gathered together. Although they were comforting him, they were actually worried. They were worried that Patriarch Demonheart would side with the humans and capture them, offering them to them so that the humans could use them as leverage. Alright, I understand what you mean. You're not wrong to do this. Patriarch Demonheart glanced at them all. He sighed inwardly. Although they were all on his side, they weren't his slaves. He couldn't force them to do anything. Besides, there wasn't much he could do. If these 100 or so Tao Lords gathered together and unleashed their full power, he wouldn't be able to suppress them at all. They were more than capable of charging out of this 6th-order flying treasure. You can all wait here for now. Patriarch Demonheart said. He'd taken benefits from the humans. Although he hadn't managed to get the Myriad Races Alliance to join the human side in the end, he'd still promised not to interfere. As an expert who kept his word, he wouldn't go back on his word. The 100 or so Tao Lords exchanged glances and smiled wryly. The internal strife within the Myriad Races Alliance was severe. After this battle, their status within the alliance would most likely decline. At the same time, the experts of the Monster and Ghost Alliance received Empyrean Sanchi's message. They were all overjoyed. Empyrean Myriad Fiend and Empyrean Yen Du, in particular, understood everything behind the scenes. So Empyrean Sanchi was Autarch Jun Tian's third chess piece. However, they didn't care too much about it. All they cared about was destroying the humans right now. Ha ha ha. Empyrean Myriad Fiend laughed wildly. I didn't think the human race would be so stupid as to offend the Myriad Races Alliance. Now that the Alliance of Myriad Races has joined our alliance, we now have more than 1,000 Tao Lords. They occupied almost 80% of the battle power of all the pinnacle powerhouses in the entire Universe 4. The puny human race is not qualified to fight with us. They're bound to lose. That's right, he's definitely going to lose. A puny human dares to resist? There are so many of us here. A collective attack from us will probably cause them to crumble instantly. The Tao Lords of the Alliance were all roaring with laughter, filled with confidence. Thousands of Tao Lords and 6 Celestial Venerables. Such a powerful force was something that no force in the 4th universe could resist. They could only be crushed. Soon, the flying true treasures of the joint camp and the Myriad Races Alliance approached rapidly. Only Patriarch Demonheart's flying true treasures remained stationary. Those cowards from the human camp are hiding in their 7th rank flying treasures. We can't hurt them at all. Surround them. Surround the 9-story tower. That's right. Surround the 9-story tower completely. Once they come out, we'll attack together and kill them instantly. Unless they hide inside forever and never come out. If they hide in their true treasure space forever, then we'll trap and suppress them forever. Given our current power, we only need 1/3 of the Tao Lords and Celestial Venerables to guard this place. That's enough to make the human camp unable to struggle. And we can seize the opportunity to plunder the human territory completely. Without territory, they'll be trapped forever. Unless they retreat to Tomorrow Venerable's miniature universe. But without the resources of the original universe, even with the powerful 8 Clouds inheritance, it'll be difficult for the human race to produce more pinnacle great beings. There'll be no threat to us. The great beings of the joint camp and the alliance of myriad races were extremely confident. 6 flying true treasures, each like a war fortress, surrounded the towering Sky Tower in the void space. It was like a giant sphere, with Sky Tower as the core. The 6 flying type true treasures drew an arc in the air and circled around Sky-reaching Tower, completely surrounding it. Human, hurry up and admit defeat. Hand over the inheritance of 8 clouds. Hand over all the inheritances from Tao Lords to Celestial Venerables. Once we confirm it, we'll leave immediately. If you don't hand it over, the human race will have no place in the fourth universe from now on. The territory of the human race will no longer belong to the human race. Hand over the inheritance. Hand over the inheritance. A majestic voice was transmitted directly into the heavenly tower. The Tao Lords on the 6 flying true treasures all spread their murderous auras. More than 1,000 Tao Lords and 6 celestial venerables. What a terrifying power. There's no hope of winning at all. Once we go out, we'll probably be reduced to ashes. Within the space of Sky Tower, more than 100 Tao Lords from the human camp were panicking. Even Celestial Venerable Lu and Celestial Venerable Lai Mountain looked extremely solemn. If they went out, they weren't confident that they could resist the joint attack of so many great beings. Jiang Xi, Celestial Venerable Ming, Tao Lord Nine Clouds, Tao Lord Clear Flame, Tao Lord Mi Luo, and the other great beings of the human race saw this scene and understood. Even if the order was forcefully given, these Tao Lords probably wouldn't go out. After all, these alien races weren't willing to give up their lives for the sake of the human race. Forcing the human race to hand over the inheritance. Tao Lord Nine Clouds' eyes were filled with killing intent. In your dreams. Jiang Xi sneered. Not to mention the Juntian sacred lands scheme behind the scenes, the other races outside all saw the human race as a great threat. Once the human race handed over the inheritance, the demon race, ghost race, and other top races would be able to continuously produce peak experts with their huge population. This way, even if the human race became stronger in the future, they wouldn't be a great threat to the alien races. Therefore, whether they chose to withdraw after obtaining the inheritance or directly drive the human race out of the fourth universe, it was acceptable to the joint camp and the myriad races alliance. Jiang Xi. Tao Lord Nine Clouds looked at Jiang Xi. Jiang Xi. Celestial Venerable Ming also looked over. Mountain Sea. Tao Lord Clear Flame looked at Jiang Xi. Junior brother. Tao Lord Mi Luo did the same. The gazes of the surrounding human Tao Lords all fell upon Riverward. They already knew about Jiang Xi's crazy plan and understood how crazy this so-called crazy plan was. Although Jiang Xi vowed that there wouldn't be any danger, how could they believe it? Back outside the 8 Cloud Ruins, Jiang Xi had relied on the 8 Cloud Pavilion to block the joint attack of so many experts, but that was the 8 Cloud Pavilion. As for Tier 9 Armor Treasures and Tier 9 Essence Soul Treasures, no one knew the exact strength of these legacies. Therefore, it was still unknown whether they could block the joint attack of thousands of Tao Lords and 6 Heavenly Venerables. However, now that the human race was facing a desperate situation, only Jiang Xi's crazy plan had hope of success. The only thing was that Jiang Xi's life was on the line. Leave it to me. Jiang Xi's eyes were cold. Be careful. Tao Lord Nine Firmaments couldn't help but exhort. Don't worry. Do they think they can kill me? Jiang Xi looked at the 6 flying-type treasures outside. They were close enough. Not far away, Celestial Exalt Lu and Celestial Exalt Lai Mountain felt a strong sense of curiosity. They still didn't know about the human race's plan, but based on the conversation between Jiang Xi and the human race, it seemed that this plan could give the human race a chance of victory. What was this plan? At this moment, in the starry skies of the Tao Alliance's heavenly court, which had been completely destroyed, a total of 6 flying-type treasures were flying around Skypiercer Tower, each about 100 billion kilometers away. Hand over the legacies. Hand over the legacies. Hand over the legacies. The morale of the Tao Lords of the Allied faction and the Myriad Races Alliance was high. The overwhelming advantage filled them with absolute confidence. It's moving. It seems like someone is about to come out of the 9-story tower. Are they going to flee? Everyone, get ready. Get ready to attack together and kill them all. The experts of the 2 factions were all on high alert, ready to attack at any moment. The 6 flying-type treasures were rapidly approaching as well. At this moment, a figure appeared out of thin air outside Skypiercer Tower. Huh? Alone? It's Downlord Mountain Sea of the human race. Attack together. Attack my ass. Celestial Exalt Sanchi immediately roared. Everyone, stop. He's the inheritor of 8 clouds. If we kill him, who will we ask for the legacies from? However, his words were already too late. Boom boom boom. Thousands of terrifying secret technique attacks swarmed out of the 6 flying-type treasures, covering the sky and drowning Jiang Ci. The starry sky exploded with destructive energy. Not good. Celestial Exalt Myriad Demon's expression changed drastically. Everyone, stop. Celestial Exalt Yen Du shouted. Damn it. Celestial Exalt Sanchi was furious. They weren't afraid of offending Jun Tian Supreme, but they were worried that if they really killed Downlord Mountain Sea, the inheritance of 8 clouds would really be gone. Moreover, the conditions and legacies that Jun Tian Supreme had promised them would be gone too. Rumble, the rumbling of the energy explosion gradually subsided. How is this possible? He's fine. He's unharmed. In the rapidly recovering void, the black-armored figure was still standing there. Not far behind him was Sky Tower. Celestial Exalt Sanchi, Celestial Exalt Myriad Demon, and Celestial Exalt Yen Du could all confirm that Downlord Mountain Sea hadn't entered the 9-story tower to take refuge. How did Downlord Mountain Sea withstand such a terrifying concentrated attack? What kind of armor is he wearing? Tier 7. Tier 8? Celestial Exalt Sanchi was shocked. Even if it's a Tier 7 or Tier 8 armor, there were many Essence Soul attacks among the attacks just now. Celestial Exalt Myriad Demon shook his head. Something's wrong. Celestial Exalt Yen Du said in a low voice. Let's not worry about that for now. As long as he's not dead, we have to capture him no matter what. Then, they ordered their subordinates at the same time. Capture Downlord Mountain Sea. Capture him. Capture him alive. A series of excited, hysterical laughter, and furious roars could be heard. Celestial Exalt Sanchi, Celestial Exalt Myriad Demon, and Celestial Exalt Yen Du controlled their flying-type treasures and quickly approached Jiang Ci. They all had the mission of bringing Downlord Mountain Sea to the Great Sky Sacred Ground, capture him alive. Jiang Ci sneered. Come on, come closer. Let's see who can capture who alive. Once we're close enough, none of you can escape. Swoosh swoosh swoosh, the distance of 100 billion kilometers was covered in an instant. Soon, the 6 celestial exalts controlled their flying-type treasures and entered a radius of 1 million kilometers around Jiang Ci. Jiang Ci stood in the void. Compared to the endless starry sky, he looked very small. But at this moment, his eyes suddenly shot out 2 terrifying blood-red rays. The 2 rays of blood-red light formed a mysterious blood-red pattern in the air almost instantly. What kind of secret technique is this? Is he still thinking of escaping? Be careful, don't let Downlord Mountain Sea escape. The experts on the 6 flying-type treasures were all worried that Jiang Ci would use some unknown secret technique to escape. The next moment, cloud destruction. Attack. Jiang Ci's eyes were cold. Whoosh. The mysterious blood-red pattern suddenly exploded like a scattering wind and clouds. The terrifying ripples with blood-red light instantly covered the space within a radius of 1 million kilometers, including the 6 flying-type treasures. Boom! The earth-shattering sound exploded in the minds of the Downlords from the alliance of 10,000 races and the joint camp. Thousands of Downlords from other races. They had been laughing crazily and excitedly just a moment ago, but now, they all entered a dazed state. Even the 6 celestial exalts, including Celestial Exalts Sanchi, Celestial Exalts Thousand Demons, and Celestial Exalts felt a terrifying impact on their primordial spirits. Their consciousness instantly became dazed and their thoughts became much slower. But then, Celestial exalts Sanchi, Celestial exalts Thousand Demons, and Celestial exalts Yen Du, the 3 second-step Celestial exalts, all woke up. The remaining 3 first-step Celestial exalts were still in a daze. Oh no! What kind of attack is this? It actually made thousands of Tao Lords fall into a daze at the same time. Ping Qi and the other 2 are first-step Celestial exalts. Their primordial spirits aren't as strong as ours, so they couldn't resist it. Even second-step Celestial exalts like us were hit just now. At this moment, in the space of Sky Piercer Tower, the human experts were also stunned. Of course, they had noticed the abnormalities of the joint camp and the alliance of 10,000 races. This is impossible. The laws of heaven and earth of the original universe are fair. It's impossible for such a heaven-defying primordial spirit attack to appear. It's the 8 clouds' inheritance. It must be an attack left behind by such a powerful civilization to break the laws of heaven and earth of the original universe. The alien experts couldn't believe it. Celestial exalts Lu and Lai Shan didn't say anything, but their eyes were filled with shock. Everyone, don't hesitate. Tao Lord 9 Clouds was the first to speak. Everyone, attack and destroy the joint camp and the alliance of 10,000 races in one fell swoop. Ha! Kill! Let's decide the outcome of this battle. The human experts no longer had any worries. They all rushed out of Sky Piercer Tower excitedly. At this moment, Jiang Xi had already moved. He picked up the sword embryo he had obtained from the 8 Clouds' inheritance and charged toward one of the flying true treasures of the alliance of 10,000 races. During the years he had been in seclusion in the 8 Clouds' ruins and the 2,000 years he had spent in the origin space of Mount Xianhuang, he had used the sword embryo to devour those 5th grade and 6th grade true treasures. The sword embryo had originally been a 7th grade true treasure, but after devouring a large number of true treasures, it had now become a peak 8th grade offensive true treasure. Even if he didn't use any secret techniques, he could easily unleash the combat strength of a peak Tao Lord. Chapter 644. The combined attacks of over 1,000 Tao Lords had caused the galaxy to shatter, but it was rapidly recovering. Countless spatial fragments seemed to be swept up by the waves, roaring and attacking everything. After Jiang Xi used Cloud Extinguisher's Essence Soul attack, the 6 flying treasures of the Allied faction and the Myriad Races Alliance seemed to freeze, stopping in the endless spatial turbulence. Within the flying treasure space a trillion kilometers away, Patriarch Demonheart and the 100 or so alien Tao Lords were also deeply shocked. They weren't within the range of Jiang Xi's attack, so they couldn't feel the terrifying might of the Essence Soul attack. However, they could detect the situation of the Myriad Races Alliance and the Allied faction. 6 Celestial Venerables and over 1,000 Tao Lords. Only 3 second-step Celestial Venerables quickly regained consciousness, while the other experts were all in a daze. In such a state, they were basically at the mercy of others. How did he do it? Patriarch Demonheart was shocked and confused, but also extremely wary. Fortunately, we didn't attack. We escaped disaster. The 100 or so alien Tao Lords who belonged to Patriarch Demonheart's faction were all overjoyed. When they looked at Patriarch Demonheart again, their eyes were filled with gratitude. If not for Patriarch Demonheart, they probably would have fallen into a daze like the other experts of the Myriad Races Alliance and been at the mercy of others. They could already see that Tao Lord Mountain Sea of the human race had already teleported over with a long sword in hand. Wake up! Wake up, all of you! Celestial Venerable Sanchi, Myriad Demon, and Yen Du were all roaring furiously. Their voices carried the power of their essence souls, wanting to awaken the Tao Lords under their command. However, they didn't dare to use too much force, because these Tao Lords were in a daze and unable to resist. Given their strength as second-step celestial venerables, it was easy for them to unleash the power of a Tao Lord at the very limit. It was guaranteed that they wouldn't cause any collateral damage. Some of the weaker Tao Lords might even die. However, they underestimated the power of Cloud Extinguisher. The ripples with blood-colored light were like a blood net that tightly bound the primordial spirits of those powerhouses. Unless they could use their own strength to break through the net of blood, their essence souls would forever be in a daze. This was the primordial spirit supreme art passed down by God King 8 Clouds. Even in the primordial realm and the astral realm, it was a supreme technique that was second to none. Damn it! Empyrean Sanchi was furious. It's over. Empyrean Myriad Demon was both furious and in despair. Hateful. Laughable. Yen Du had a complicated expression on his face. From the moment they had broken free of the primordial blood web until now, it had actually been an extremely short process, not even an instant had passed. At this moment, Jiang Xi had already teleported over. Kill. Jiang Xi, who was wearing black armor and holding an ancient stone sword, shouted coldly and slashed out with his sword. Voila! A green ray of light appeared in the air. It was like a dream, flashing and disappearing. Following that, countless green rays of light appeared, one after another, as if they contained endless vitality. In an instant, the green light enveloped the two flying treasures of the Myriad Races Alliance. Boom! In the time it took for a spark to fly off a flint, it was as if he had gone through a reincarnation cycle, from birth to death. The first move of the Heavenly Tao Scroll of the Mountain and Sea Sword, Life Reincarnation. Jiang Xi's expression was calm. A green sword light with a destructive aura descended from the void. As if it could destroy the world, it pierced through the three flying treasures of the Myriad Races Alliance. These three were only rank 5 flying treasures. The defense of the treasures alone could not withstand the power of the green sword light. Although there were more than one first-step Empyrean and 100 Tao Lords in each flying treasure's space, they were still in a daze. They were all in a daze and had no strength to resist. You killed a Cosmos-level Tao Lord, Eternal EXP plus 9, you killed a Cosmos-level Tao Lord, Eternal EXP plus 6, you killed a Flood-level Tao Lord, Eternal EXP plus 3, you killed a Desolate-level Tao Lord, Eternal EXP plus 1, those Tao Lords instantly lost their lives, their bodies and souls destroyed. Only 3 first-step Empyreans survived. In the primordial universe, it was almost impossible to kill a heavenly venerable. However, at this moment, these 3 first-step Empyreans were still in a daze. They had not woken up and were floating in the starry sky. 3 flying-type supreme treasures and more than 300 Tao Lords had brought riverward more than 1,000 eternal experience points. This sword, what kind of secret technique is this? It's too terrifying. Is this the limit of a Tao Lord? Mountain Sea Tao Lord. Mountain Sea Tao Lord. The 100 or so human experts who had just rushed out of Sky Tower were all extremely shocked. Then, they laughed loudly and shouted. They had won this battle. 3 more. At this moment, Jiang Xi looked at the flying treasures controlled by Empyrean Sanchi, Empyrean Myriad Demon, and Empyrean Yen Du, Mountain Sea Tao Lord, Jiang Xi. You are going to become enemies with the entire 4th universe. Empyrean Sanchi roared angrily. Those who had died just now were all experts of the Myriad Races Alliance. Jiang Xi's sword had caused the Myriad Races Alliance to lose half of their strength. What a joke. You are a sinister Empyrean who only knows how to scheme. How can you represent the 4th universe? Jiang Xi sneered. He raised the stone sword in his hand and was about to use another killer move. Mountain Sea Tao Lord, how about we stop here? Empyrean Myriad Demon suddenly asked. Mountain Sea Tao Lord, we are also willing to retreat. We can also promise that during this era of calamity, we will not take half a step into your human territory. Empyrean Yen Du's voice echoed in the starry sky. The two Empyreans lowered their heads. Unlike Empyrean Sanchi, they each had a pinnacle clan behind them. Empyrean Sanchi was a lone Empyrean. Even if the Myriad Races alliance was destroyed, he could still leave in the end. It would be fine even if he never returned to the fourth universe. In this battle, if all the experts of the Myriad Races alliance died, only the two of them would be left. That meant that the demons and ghosts were almost done for. On the other side, after hearing the words of the two Empyreans, the 100 or so human experts who had just teleported here gave up on their plans to attack. They looked at Jiang Xi, Empyrean Ming, Tao Lord Nine Firmaments, and the others of the human race, waiting for orders. Empyrean Ming, Tao Lord Nine Firmaments, Tao Lord Clear Flame, Tao Lord Mi Luo, Tao Lord Chang Yuan, and the other human experts all focused their attention on Jiang Xi. Under everyone's gaze, Jiang Xi smiled. You want to retreat now? Too late. Kill. He roared, the blood-red light in his eyes extremely intense. Ha, that's how it should be. Enemies are to be killed, not negotiated. Use the enemy's blood in exchange for the future of the human race. The other experts of the human race also burst into laughter. This battle would determine the future of the human race. If the human race wanted to become the strongest race, they needed more and better territories to nurture more human geniuses. Only then would the human race prosper forever. Kill. 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 The foreign race experts of the human camp also roared excitedly and crazily. They had joined the human race, so naturally, they would rise or fall together. The situation before them was a foregone conclusion. Now, the human race would become the strongest race in the history of the fourth universe. In the future, they would even become the strongest race in the Chaos Sea. And they followed the human race, so their future would naturally not be bad. Eternity was not a dream. Attack! Attack! At this moment, none of the human experts held back. They all attacked with all their might. Empyrean Ming, Empyrean Lu, and Empyrean Lai Shan. Tao Lord Nine Firmaments, Tao Lord Clear Flame, Tao Lord Mi Luo, and the others, a total of more than 160 Tao Lords, collectively used all sorts of mystic arts, Tao arts, and essence spirit attacks. Rumble. The overwhelming attacks covered the last three flying true treasures. Block. Block for me. Empyrean Myriad Demon roared, his demonic aura filling the sky. If the ghost race is finished, you won't have it easy either. Empyrean Yen Du emitted a monstrous ghostly aura. This is the primal universe. I am an Empyrean. More than 100 Tao Lords joining forces. What can they do to me? Empyrean Sanchi was also resisting with all his might. He did not want to give up the power of the Myriad Races alliance. Rumble. Instantly, the collective attacks of the human camp drowned the three flying true treasures. Accompanied by spatial torrents and shattering galaxies, the violent energy impact wanted to crush the Tao Lords within the true treasures. The three Empyreans were doing their best to resist. All three of them had the 8th tier true treasures bestowed by Prime Sky. Although they could only unleash the combat power of a Tao Lord and the 8th tier true treasures could only unleash the defensive limits of the primal universe, they were still 8th tier true treasures. However, it was an 8th grade supreme treasure after all, and its defensive power was astonishing. Most likely, in the entire Chaos Sea, there was no attack that could break through the defenses of an 8th tier true treasure. A sinister snake shadow, a beast-shaped armor, and a green-faced, fanged ghost mask. The three 8th tier true treasures all became incomparably large as they blocked the attacks of the human camp. Boom! 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 Terrifying waves of energy crashed down upon the three 8th tier true treasures. Heaven and earth rumbled as they defended. The entire Universe 4 could feel the terrifying waves of energy. After an unknown period of time, the waves of energy reached their peak. Ha! We blocked it. With us here, you won't be able to destroy our alliance. The Myriad Races alliance won't be destroyed either. Empyrean Yen Du, Empyrean All-Fiend, and Empyrean Sanchi all laughed wildly. This was because the destructive waves of energy had already begun to weaken. Only a few dozen of the weakest Tao Lords within the 3 flying true treasures had perished. This meant that they were able to withstand the attacks of the human camp. This meant that their alliance, the Myriad Races alliance, still had hope. Second stance of the Mountain Sea Sword, 5 elements, yin-yang. But right at this moment, Jiang Xi once more struck out with his sword. Streaks of 5-colored light flowed out, slowly spreading out to cover the last 3 true treasures. The 5-colored light constantly transformed, finally forming a black and white yin-yang diagram. Boom! In that instant, an enormous devouring force appeared. This yin-yang diagram seemed capable of devouring the entire world. The 3 flying true treasures were within the yin-yang diagram, and they were battered by the 5-colored sword light and the devouring force. Not good. It's even stronger than the previous strike. Block it. What kind of gravity is this? Empyrean Sanchi, Empyrean All-Fiend, and Empyrean Yen Du's laughter vanished. Although they all had 8th-grade true treasures, they couldn't spare enough energy to defend against Jiang Xi's sword while fighting against the other experts of the human camp. Only a small portion of their beast-shaped armor, Ghostbane mask, and sinister serpent shadow could be used to block Jiang Xi's attack. Whoosh! The 5-colored sword light and the devouring force easily broke through their defenses. An 8th-grade true treasure. His sword is at least an 8th-grade true treasure. The 3 Empyreans immediately realized this terrifying problem. But it was already too late. The endless 5-colored sword light and the devouring force passed through the barriers of the 8th-grade true treasures and wreaked havoc within the 3 flying true treasures. The bodies and primordial spirits of those dazed Tao Lords were shattered by the 5-colored sword light one by one, turning into dust. Then, under the devouring force, they turned into nothingness. I wonder if it's a blessing before I die, and I'm not sure if it's a blessing before I die. You killed a universe-level Tao Lord. Eternal experience points +9, you killed a universe-level Tao Lord. Eternal experience points +6, you killed a flood-level Tao Lord. Eternal experience points +3, you killed a desolate-level Tao Lord. Eternal experience points +1, once again, he received close to 2,000 eternal experience points. After this battle, his total experience points had exceeded 20,000. Eternal experience points, 22,546. At this moment, Jiang Xi was checking his experience points balance. The experts of the human race were completely dumbfounded. They couldn't even think of celebrating. Is this something a human can do? One person had almost wiped out the joint camp and the Myriad Races alliance. Of course, it wasn't that the other experts of the human camp didn't do anything. If they hadn't gone all out just now to restrain the 3 heavenly venerables, Jiang Xi's attack wouldn't have been able to break through the defense of the 8th-grade true treasures. Even if the sword embryo in his hand was a 8th-grade true treasure, it wouldn't have been enough. Unless the slaughtering shadow sword could be upgraded to a 9th-grade true treasure, it wouldn't be able to break through the defense of an 8th-grade true treasure. Human, this isn't over. Heavenly Venerable 3 Chi suddenly roared in anger. Then, he swept up the other 3 first-step Heavenly Venerables who were still in a daze and teleported away. These 3 lone Heavenly Venerables were all recruited by him into the Myriad Races alliance. Naturally, he couldn't leave them to the human race. Heavenly Venerable Myriad Demon and Heavenly Venerable Yen Du didn't say anything and teleported away as well. We won. We won. This battle is a great victory. The departure of the 3 Heavenly Venerables also caused the experts of the human camp to finally react. They won. One Tao Lord after another stood in the desolate starry skies of the Tao Alliance's celestial court and cheered. This had been the most prosperous place in the 4th universe, but now it was completely barren. However, none of the human experts felt any pain in their hearts. They had won. It would be easy for them to create a starfield even more prosperous than the Tao Alliance's celestial court. Demon Heart, are you going to stay behind and celebrate with us? Jiang Xi stared at the starry skies 1,000,000,000 kilometers away. Congratulations. Patriarch Demon Heart's voice rang out, but his tone was slightly bitter. Then, with a spatial ripple, Patriarch Demon Heart teleported away with his subordinates. Not a single one of his subordinates had died. Compared to the Joint Camp and the Myriad Races Alliance, they were quite lucky. However, compared to the humans who had won a great victory, their luck seemed rather bleak. One could imagine that in the future, when faced with the increasingly powerful humans, the races behind these surviving Tao Lords wouldn't have an easy time. All our plans were for naught in the end. Patriarch Demon Heart sighed. He was beginning to regret his decision. After Empyrean Threefold seized power, if he had taken the initiative to ask his 100-plus subordinates to join the human camp, he might have been able to obtain the final limit Empyrean legacy and share in the spoils of this victory. Unfortunately, there were no ifs. Before the battle had erupted, he hadn't held out any hope for the human race at all. How could the humans possibly win against the incomparably powerful Joint Camp and the Myriad Races Alliance? Still, the humans had won. A single Tao Lord of the mountains and seas had changed the entire situation. You're tuning in to the Blissful Bookshelf YouTube channel. We're so grateful for your support, and don't forget to subscribe to join us on this incredible journey through captivating stories. Your generosity through donations truly makes a world of difference, as it's the primary source of revenue that allows me to expand and enhance this channel for you. Thank you from the bottom of my heart for being a part of this adventure.